there was a moving target nothing about 140,028 votes chimangele gibano in total tally Chebukati one man show hey nini kartasi it bisaman somanju na yeah
igere ile nchoto go narrowing down to 4 issues gage narrowing after the defense after gage ngalale missing nchoto go ngalegab anan after gage targalab kesit nguni gege the verdict ko those are the 4 things go narrowing down ago yoto ngiger ko kikakon judges kole 9 issues chebo bendi gegere lakini ko kage narrowen raia ak media ipkoek 4 key issues amo ngigera lako kotogu yogo mogo tinye basis alage awala kogituya lakini ngiger nyaba ngalegab technology ko magat ko anan uliko keita ko kogituya cheba ngalegab musoknatet kutuya ageger kele tos for example in the nine issues whether there was interference with uploading and transmission of Form 34As from the polling station to the IBC public portal. You talk about pre-trial. In pre-trial, the key issues. So he not whether there was interference. At any year, whether the technology deployed by ABC in the elections met the standards of integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. So compare chuta chukwe nguni igere ile mite tofauti yani kakitu ya chuta kweng ate suko narrow down to the 4 chigege eng gamastanoto so about yale expectations kwa kaso ngala Raila Odinga ibetun bamut our expectations te mi barak missing au mi ak the whole team go bata Martha Karua jiba azimio go ger gole anan ko ngala li chega tafta church service
yep en kubertana tanibo Raila Odinga en kubertana bo Chebukati en kuma sagala karan Chebukati en a call na nyina tanibo Chebukati mkamwana ndat kale election was conducted strictly in compliance with the court's guidelines, constitution and laws. Kale kura nata nogobegu preta kura nata nogobegu kale go kogisu ngatu tete agora aruruti keran chibo kapkirwo about agora anata ngole goisu anago compliant act letna tana kapkirwo ngatu tete ak netango katiba ak ngatutige mwagale national returning officer NRO nenendet ko Chebukati mwenyewe gale role na nyin ko exist gale affirmed by Supreme Court in 2017 and polls technology was not interfered with, hacked or tampered with at all nataga mwagale technology not go by isi na mwaje Bukati gale mami chia gatu not aniga chuten battery mami plan baga tu negi chuti and kowala ana kobita go chut tan ko server not tan nywanete aga mogale William Ruto attained 50% plus 1 vote threshold lagiti anatan deputy president and antango William Ruto gale neginyor 50% plus 1 vote. So ka wal Chebukati ni. Igerta ngala Chebukati.
Igere ngalegab Chebukati choto go chekiguren in terms of ngalegab ngatuti kiguren ngalegab defense. Go mountain in that defense go mwa in that. So ngalegab defense missing ko chito go mwa oligirta ngalegab defense. So defense magbendi in cross examination missing on the defense. On the defense ko nyendet the cross examination the cross examine the petitioner. It say the petitioner le kemwa ile gaune. So gutku gauni amune suwe guni. So ngaleja tapa Chebukati gora ligere ile maya go supke inenda tolega mwaita defense team na nyendet kogatetean ge inendet ago yota. So go supke not agera le it is just a part of the defense from Chebukati's team akabwati kora ale from Ruto's team kora ko the defense ngalekab petition. So olimi nyigisindo mising ko ngalekab the petitioner le magat ketepse kole kemwa koune lakini kiune koune kemwa koune lakini kiune koune.
Yep. And defense, kubertanata about defense and deputy president elect. I won fairly. In a free, fair, transparent, accountable, and verifiable election. I think William Ruto. Free and fair, transparent. I think and portal verifiable kimuche hesabu akojut hesabu gunoto nono tango in elections kale mamiten evidence age tugul kele maybe kana chikijut ngalekab technology ana kitiny hacking system and nitango servait kuyemwa Raila Odinga. Pretap kinata nagibit in August 15 in Bomas kalago kinata ngogi attempted a failed coup deterred kalagi coup nata ni macho bit kawan maget ageret nata na bika dan jaba Kenya bika bo bergura kalagi mi biki itima bit kawal agbit kotaki ele mokto ichegatin Raila presented a false digital logs to argue his case. Chigi Raila or false digital logs. Chigi Magal Bas. Ogere la footprints. Chigi Bunebig and Savait Kalogi Mogoba Ukwele.
Nyotogo the defense party neba William Ruto. Wo amigo walwinenda tebutiet kole amone ko gitep kele amune sege ayini ko president amune sege kele ga yi ko president elect ko wala inenda ta ko moenga inenda kole kiyegune so with a combination neba IBC plus Dr. Ruto ngile tete yanige IBC lakini in the same way tete yanige IBC ko tete yani Dr. Ruto William Ruto William Ruto ko tete yanige after amu ki watch inendet kikileben inendet koek president elect so teteonige inendet kole yi makyewa komie kune lakini ngamasta ni igere ile mite agine Raila Odinga mite IEBC ko teteoni IEBC there are processes so in that way ko ugele tinya another shield president elect William Ruto in the name of IEBC so this shield ko tekto longen nitoni ko tekto inendet so ngelen kewir kole komoitini inendet koitini IBC so ngo billion defense nebo IBC ak nebo William Ruto igere ile egu tofauti kabisa ne egu a strong defense team not so from that kigera got ile allocated the same day the team of IBC ak nebo William Ruto allocated the same day because they are defending the same thing.
Yeah, the same thing. I'll get a tweet not on the judiciary of Kenya, the judiciary Kenya. The presidential petition. Kala sartana tanagon Supreme Court. Site ngagona agaba telet natan agaba judgment. Kala giaro works. Atanga gene jitu gole sangabe so gone toma kama gale let nata na gale yuwa site ki mwagora agechege anage mwawaga agoba no netete gone gene tu la so kiger gele tus una na site ta yatani igeni chitugul en petunata nebo rani Windy Gamungetin of Soviet Kagan, but I get the stag here and coverage not on the bobby, two never I mean. Petut never Regan moved again, but I said the fifth and running the toes, no, and then wende daitano kuranatan ane kigibere yegingeip petition koba olimbo Supreme Court kiwesenda satanaba na matiana.
Chamgei kabatindet. Kiibwak logoiwek chemyache akobo Deland Solar Pumps chebo irrigation kobun Fine Touch Africa Limited. Deland Solar Pumps koboisie lapkeiyetab asista kocher kimnatetab sitimet. Solar Pumps chutok kobitu eng sizes cheterter cheimuch kebirune beek eng ainet anan ko eng borehole. Eng Fine Touch Africa Limited kora kealdei kiyae installations ak ineti kabatik akobo tugukab drip irrigation, sprinklers, button drippers irrigation, rainhose irrigation, greenhouses, agricultural nets, pond liners, lawns irrigation, pipeinikab beek ak fittings koboto water pumps ak alak cheterter. Eng Eldoret kenyorwech eng Nakuru Road kokesir ainetab Sosiani. Eng Nakuru anyone kemite industrial area let nebo Gido Plaza. Eng Kitale kemite ole negite showground roundabout. Eng Bomet inyorwech eng Bomet Narok Road. Ngot itinye tebut anan ko ng'olyot age tugul ibirwech simet eng namba 0700 169 962 anan irutochech eng website at Fine Touch. We make it green.
Turn up the heat with Europe's most exciting league, the Bundesliga. This season, enjoy football as it's meant to be. Full crowds, 7 new coaches, top signings Matthijs de Ligt and Sadio Mane. Can Dortmund chase down the record masters Bayern Munich? Magnificent football, week after week, game after game. Live and exclusive 2 star times. Subscribe now to the Aerial Classic Bouquet at only 899 shillings or Dish Mart Bouquet at only 999 shillings per month. Unbeatable prices for incredible Bundesliga action.
Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Omojugo shuni ni chaki chama nini vile kwa chori ngokie lakini chonki mwa ukweli ni kwa Mungu kwa machori ngokiana kukimikishi kumakaitita nyimitu kole ngwango kaititi ni ngokie nisini okumochi kulokuchi ngilokini kukukala imachedia nanyu onyaza nisikumiloli kumoto tinya kaneole mara koburiki oniko geishe ko imeno chimi komatali chitu kulibata pokuri nini kulo inje kuri nyungu mingo kieloli ondi kituwile miteni ngokeni biko kunikiri manene o prasis kukwachuri ni
Osinyorchigei ngokiet kuikisikiza tunisimi ng'ung'obo morichile star 860 star 836 ash.
Kass ko kimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
Nilipatwa na ujauzito, ilikuwa mwaka wa 2014. Nilibeba tu mimba vizuri kwa miezi 9. Hatimaye vile siku zilifika, ingawaje nilipitisha masiku, nilipelekwa operation. Alafu baada ya kwenda hiyo surgery ikaonekana mtoto amekufia kwa tumbo. Ndio nikaoperatiwa, nikashonwa, nikawa discharged. Nikaenda home. Kufika nyumbani immediately after 3 days nikawa tuna leakage ya mkojo, just yenyewe tu inatoka bila control. Alafu mamangu kuona hivi akaniambia itabidi urudi wapi? Urudi hospitali, waende waone shida imekuwa nini. Ikaonekana bladder ilikuwa imefinyika na haiwezi hold mkojo for a long time. Ikabidi tena sasa nini itolewe, bladder itolewe. Sasa vile bladder ilitolewa That was second surgery. Dr. Mabea akakuja kunionea huko, ndio akanirifaa wapi? Gyno Care Hospital. Hata kufika huko akaniangalia vizuri, akasema nimedevelop nini? Fistula. By that time sikuwa nimejua fistula ni nini. Akasema itabidi uende another surgery. Ilibidi kwe 2 surgeries ya urine na hiyo ya choo. Juu zote sasa zilikuwa zimeanza kuliki pamoja. Akanisaidia nikafanya surgery yote na nikawa completely nimepona. Akanidischarge nikaenda nyumbani. After kwenda nyumbani nikakaa about 3 months, ambapo tena the director akanipigia simu akaniambia inafaa ukuje at least ufanye nini, urudi shuleni, ambapo tulikuwa tumeongea na yeye. Akaniambia utarudi shuleni, na mimi nikakubali juu nilikuwa nimefika form 4 na sikuwa na otherwise ya pesa ya kuendelea mbeleni. Nikakuja wakaniingisha Eldoret Polytechnic penye nilianzia certificate in social work and community development. Nikafanya hiyo 2016, 2017 and 2018 hapo. Nikakuja nika graduate hapo na certificate level, ambapo tena wakaniuliza kama naweza endelea na masomo, nikakubali. Walinipeleka hapa Eldoret Technical Institute ambapo nafanya sahi diploma in social work. Alafu tena wakanipea hapa kazi, ambapo vile mlisikia daktari akiongea kwamba mimi ni assistant wake. Sasa hii niko hapa nafanya kazi na nashukuru kwa kazi yao nzuri yenye wamenipatia.
Nini ilikuinspire kama kufanya social work? Hiyo 2014 venye hizi shida yote ilianza, how old were you?
I was 27 years old, ambapo walisema singeweza kudeliver normal, ilifaa tu nipitie surgery juu ya njia ya mtoto ilikuwa ndogo, sasa hangeweza kupita. Sasa ikabidi tu niende hiyo surgery, and due to hiyo delay ndio ikafanya tena mtoto nini kwa tumbo.
Na unaweza ambia nini wanawake wengine huko nje ambao wanapitia mashida kama haya?
Ndio, kuna watu wengi wenye shida kama hiyo huku nje, lakini hawajui kwamba kuna Gyno Care Hospital. Fistula iko na tiba, ingawaje wenye wako huku nje hawajui kwamba fistula iko na matibabu. Pengine wanaona ni kama laana, wengine wanaona ni kama sijui kurogwa, lakini sio hivyo. Wawakubali, lakini wakikuja hapa Gyno Care wataona matibabu makubwa sana na maisha itabadilika. So wakiwa nao wasiwakatae, wawakubali.
hapa tunapokea wagonjwa wenye walipata shida wanapokuwa wakisa, na shida zenye wanapata huwa saa zingine makonjo inatoka ama wana shida ya kutoka kinyesi. Hasa wanapokuja tunasaidia, wanapelekwa theater, wanatengenezwa hiyo shida. Huwa tunawaprepare kulingana na shida yenye wako nayo, tunawaeleza psychologically, pia tunawaeleza kile kenye kitaenda kufanyika kwao. Alafu pia tunawaprepare, tunawawekea yani treatment yenye before waende theater, tunawapea maji na hiko vitu tunafanya vingine, alafu ndio waende theater. Wanapotoka theater huwa tunaendelea kuosha hiyo kinonda penye wameshashona, tunaendelea kuwaosha mpaka siku yenye itakuwa safi ama itakuwa imepona, ndio wapewe ruhusa kurudi nyumbani. Alafu pia wanaporudi nyumbani iko mambo yenye wanaelezewa, waende wachunge usafi, waendelee na kuosha huko, waendelee, iko mazoezi pia wanafanya inaitwa pelvic exercise, waendelee na hizo mazoezi, waendelee na kunywa maji ndio fungue kidneys, waendelee na iko dawa pia wanapewa za kuendelea after kutoka hapa. Alafu tena wanapewa siku za kurudi, warudi waonekane na daktari aone vile wanapona. Wakishaenda nyumbani huwa tunawaambia wachukue maji warm, alafu waweke kachumvi kadogo, wajioshe, wawe wanajiosha nayo mara 3 kwa siku. Wanaendelea nayo hivyo, na kama kuna madawa zenye amepewa pia aendelee kumeza hivyo. Alafu tena pia wakienda nyumbani tunawapea advice wasifanye kazi nzito anapoenda nyumbani. Pia anapoenda nyumbani anaambiwa asipande pikipiki, kwa sababu pikipiki anapoenda itamtingisa, alafu tena anaweza kupata hiyo shida tena hiyo fistula. Huwa tunawakataza. Ya 3 ni kuabstain, hiyo tumesema abstain, yani asikuwe na msee. Kama ako na msee asikuwe naye kwa muda wa miezi 3 kama ni operation ya 4th degree, na kuna zingine wanasema akae hata karibu miezi 6. Kuna wengi wako nyumbani wanaogopa hata kuja. Sasa tungependa hata wanapotoka hapa hawa pia waende waelezee wenye wako na hizo shida na wajui kama wako nazo, waeleze wakuje wasaidiwe.
So I've been having a problem initially, and I didn't know that the problem was. So after 2 years, I decided to go and see a physician. Then I was taken through a scan. Then he realized that I had fibroids. So I was taken for a surgery. The first surgery, they removed the fibroids. After 4 days, I developed complications. I could not breathe. My BP was low. I was rushed again to the hospital. And then they had to open the same wound where they had cut to remove the fibroids. I was told that it was cleaned. So that was the second surgery I went through.
Kimitei akobo inye ako kimita sikinetkei kibaibaitkei ak kinosechigei tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.kasstv.co.ke. Kass TV, kimnotet
ne netesetai kibindi neinegen en bororietab Kalenjin, kibindi nemiten barak kimnotet ak boiboiyetu. Konin boroindo inai kobo tienik ak tienwogikwak. Kongeten sain nebo koskolen agoi sait ang'wan nebo kemoi. Omiten na Jackie Arusei.
Tito Kalenzi tesetai tetutetab hashtag nene tesetai.
Nene tesetai kipindi neiboiboitin mutyo en kila Friday.
There's no other monkey.
Megosaniger nene tesetai asina ile hii ne tesetai in Kass TV.
The youth haven't been given their space to speak out and air out what they want. Niliambiwa huko tu kuna there are beautiful boys and
it is probably the most misunderstood generation.
In the morning we woke up at 6 but tulifika shule saa 2.
This timetable mnatolewa HT, what is that? Hey.
The thing that the youth are doing, they are not appreciated.
In fact, in the morning I was telling Ben, it is 10,000, so mimi naamua.
Omojuko shonini taki chama nenu vile kwa joro ngokie lakini chonke moyo kweli nibo Mungu kwa majoro ngokiana kugimigishe kumakaitita nini tu kole ngwa ngokaitititeni ngokie nisini okumoje kulokuthi ngilogini ukukala imachedia nanyu onyaza nisikumiloli kumoto thinya kaneole mara kovuliki oniko geshe ko imenoje me komatali chitu kulibata fokudi nini kulo inje kuri nyungu mingo kieloli ondi kitowile miteni ngokeni biko kunikeli manene o Francis kokwajude ne
osinyorchigei ngokiet kuikisikiza tuni simengungo bomorichi le star 860 star 836 ash.
Kass ko kimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
Faith Kipyegon with the performance of a lifetime. She's the two-time 1,500-meter Olympic champion.
Track, Love spins, fires, and scores.
Otieno handing off defenders for fun.
And it's going to be a Kenyan 1-2. It's Alexander-Arnold. Oh, brilliant! Absolutely magnificent goal.
Bouncing all the way to the edge of the 6-yard box and turned in. And Kenya in front with just over 2 minutes played.
Nasty collision into the tyre barriers. Max Verstappen getting out of the car.
Chamgei kabatindet. Kiibwak logoiwek chemyache akobo Deland Solar Pumps chebo irrigation kobun Fine Touch Africa Limited. Deland Solar Pumps koboishe lapkeiyetab asista kocher kimnatetab sitimet. Solar Pumps chutok kobitu eng sizes cheterter cheimuch kebirune beek eng ainet anan ko eng borehole. Eng Fine Touch Africa Limited kora kealdei kiyae installations ak ineti kabatik akobo tugukab drip irrigation, sprinklers, button drippers irrigation, rainhose irrigation, greenhouses, agricultural nets, pond liners, lawns irrigation, paipinikab beek ak fittings koboto water pumps ak alak cheterter. Eng Eldoret kenyorwech eng Nakuru Road kokesir ainetab Sosiani. Eng Nakuru anyone kemite industrial area let nebo Gido Plaza. Eng Kitale kemite ole nekite showground roundabout. Eng Bomet inyorwech eng Bomet Narok Road. Ngotitinye tebut anan ko ng'olyot age tugul ibirwech simet eng namba 0700 169 962 anan irutaje eng website @finetouch. We make it green.
Turn up the heat with Europe's most exciting league, the Bundesliga. This season, enjoy football as it's meant to be. Full crowds, 7 new coaches, top signings Matthijs de Ligt and Sadio Mane. Can Dortmund chase down the record masters Bayern Munich? Magnificent football, week after week, game after game, live and exclusive to Star Times. Subscribe now to the Aerial Classic Bouquet at only 899 shillings or Dish Mart Bouquet at only 999 shillings per month. Unbeatable prices for incredible Bundesliga action.
Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
omojuko shonini chaki chama ninukile kwachori ngokie lakini chonke moyo kweli nibo Mungu komachori ngokiana kukimikishe kumakayititani mitu kole ngwan kokayitititeni ngokieni misini okukumojukulo kuchimi lokini kukukala imachedia nanyu onyazani sikumiloli kumoto tinya kaneole mara koburiki oniko keshe ko imenotemi komatali chitu kulibata fokurinini kuloyinje kurinyu kumingokieloli ondikituwile miteni ngokeni kiko kunikiri maneneo Francis kukwachurine
Osinyorchigei ngokiet koikisikiza tune simeng'ung obomorichile star 860 star 836 ash.
Kass ko kimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
Nilipatwa na ujauzito, ilikuwa mwaka wa 2014. Nilibeba tu mimba vizuri kwa miezi 9. Hatimaye vile siku zilifika, ingawaje nilipitisha masiku, nilipelekwa operation. Alafu baada ya kwenda hiyo surgery ikaonekana mtoto amekufia kwa tumbo. Ndio nikaoperatiwa, nikashonwa, nikawa discharged. Nikaenda home. Kufika nyumbani immediately after 3 days nikawa tuna leakage ya mkojo, just yenyewe tu inatoka bila control. Alafu mamangu kuona hivi akaniambia itabidi urudi wapi? Urudi hospitali, waende waone shida imekuwa nini. Ikaonekana bladder ilikuwa imefinyika na iwezi hold mkojo for a long time. Ikabidi tena sasa bladder itolewe. Sasa vile bladder ilitolewa, that was second surgery. Dr. Mabea akakuja kunionea huko, ndio akanirifaa wapi? Gynecare hospital. Sasa kufika huko akaniangalia vizuri, akasema nimedevelop fistula. By that time sikuwa nimejua fistula ni nini. Akasema itabidi uende another surgery. Ilibidi kwe 2 surgeries ya urine na hiyo ya choo. Zote sasa zilikuwa zimeanza kuliki pamoja. Akanisaidia nikafanya surgery yote na nikawa completely nimepona. Akanidischarge nikaenda nyumbani. After kwenda nyumbani nikakaa about 3 months, ambapo tena the director kanipigia simu akaniambia inafaa ukuje at least ufanye urudi shuleni, ambapo tulikuwa tumeongea na yeye. Akaniambia utarudi shuleni, na mimi nikakubali juu nilikuwa nimefika form 4 na sikuwa na otherwise ya pesa ya kuendelea mbeleni. Nikakuja wakaniingisha Eldoret Polytechnic penye nilianzia certificate in social work and community development. Nikafanya hiyo 2016, 2017 and 2018 hapo. Nikakuja nika graduate hapo na certificate level, ambapo tena wakaniuliza kama naweza endelea na masomo. Nikakubali. Walinipeleka hapa Eldoret Technical Institute ambapo nafanya sahi diploma in social work. Alafu tena wakanipea hapa kazi, ambapo vile mlisikia daktari akiongea kwamba mimi assistant wake. Sasa hii niko hapa nafanya kazi na nashukuru kwa kazi yao nzuri yenye wamenipatia.
Nini ilikuinspire kama kufanya social work? Hiyo 2014 venye hizi shida yote ilianza, how old were you?
I was 27 years old.
Betut noton nebo tilet en kesit noton nekibo biretab kura en olimbo Supreme Court. En betutab raini betut noton no, betut nebo mut en arawetab sogol. Negusingong koyek tugul en raini kapkirwok noton nebo barak anan Supreme Court ak en tait noton nebo bench nebo kirwogik tisab kokon judgment tilenywan kirwogenywan en rani. Mi yoton Nicholas Arap Lelei en nguni. Wik kwarorwech netesetai agoi nguni tos kaukas ne anan kaikas ne Nicholas agoi nguni sait somok dakikoshek 19 igeni biik chechang kole tos sait noton neimuch kekon tilani kwou kingo kokesuge kaset noton nekibo walutietab tebutik en Supreme Court koikamwa noton ko kemwa kele on a lighter note koikamwa kirwogindet noton no anan niton ko Chief Justice Martha Koome kole tarikit mut anan yoton ko Jumatatu tarikit mut ko wendi tarikit noton mut akoi saisiekab kemo. Tos we in for that? Nicholas Arap Lelei, good morning. Mwawech kit nekatestai akoi yon imi en nguni Nicholas.
Kongoi missing bore Mr. Kacham ng'olyong'ung keteb kuboiyotab cheborusyoson kujolin abunu bochumek chekateb kole kaikas ne Arap Lelei eng olobo kapkirwok nebo Supreme Court. Ko iman ng'alek cheikose kochoborun eng nguni kaikai amu ikere eng kebeberta nomite nguni amite ngakutietab oret nekichute kapkirwok nebo Milimani Law Court ole yutok kole kokiyai igorta tugul nebo kasetab kirwok konitok koib Raila Odinga ak biik alak 8 komache kemilda walutikab lewenisiet nekikiyai tarik 9. Ako unotok ameche aborun ole uu itondo eng sang yutok kurgotikab kapkirwok nebo Milimani. Mitei kakimitetab kalyet ikere ofisaekab kalyet chemitei kurget nguno ane chutune chi tugul ngekebunu eutab katam anan ibunu nebo tai ibunu cherongo ibunu kongasis ko kurgeni nenyechute ngoi sirindetab logoiwek ngo yokilie koyu ole magoi kochute ichek tugul chechutu ikere eng karino chutu nguni agenge eng sirikab logoiwek ko lazima kobarta kartasisiek cheiboru kole inendet ko agenge eng sirikab logoiwek chekichomchin kochut orit yu. Ako unotok ko kerat orani rani atka kora ako komi chiletab kei ak chirchirenet eng orani nebo karisiek kobate nguni komakichomchin karisiek kobun kebeberi eng betutab rani ngo matatu ngo karisiek chebo biik chichak anan ko chotonotin ko personal kosubkei ak nemakat kobit kalyet eng kebeberi po Supreme Court. Ako nekit kora akot eng ofisisiek chemi yu akere chang katulian kasis emet matogu komitei kinoi kase cham komwoe chi kolen waitanet momitei waitanonotok katulian kiy tugul kosis emet kikeni tiletab kapkirwok. Akot ngano abore Mr. ko eng betuni kokelu asista nekararan kotomo kokonech notice kapkirwok kenai kele sait ata ne konu kabarastaoni eng betutab rani. Akora akosubkei ak nito kotokochang ng'alek chebendoti eng musoknotet social media tokoputekei biik eng komasin kolen nebo Azimio nenyo kabelisiet kolen nebo Kenya Kwanza nenyolu ketokutuet eng betutab rani kobate cho ko cheng'utumen cheng'otiben rotwet neanyiny negoi neng'atib negoi kiame bendab rani ko nebo Supreme Court kondochin kirwogindet Justice Lady Martha Koome kirwogik tisab che bendi koaroru tilenywa. Kirwogit nekikikas eng kasarta nebo egosiek somok kong'ete saishekab karon agoi kororoktoi asista akoib kasarta nebo egosiek oeng kong'ete betutab kasit kong'et Jumamos agoi Jumapili ako nyumnyum amune sikotomo kemwa sait nguni ko manachi kotokomi churuktaet netakechuruktoi kirwogonoto akoi kekonu ko kakolititit komie kakenai kele iarori ne kapkirwok komie naile eng kirwogutik chekotestai kasarta age komi kirwogik nekibo kenyitab 2017 ko ki betut komugul kong'ete saishekab karon akoi kemboi kosomanu age tugul eng kirwogik chekikasir kirwogonotok tilenyi. Akot kounoto ko kikisoman kunotok nyumnyum eng somanonoto ko amu kikabesho kirwogik kora melen kimi alak kimi aeng'u chekikaesho kikewirta lewenisiet komi chun kikeyan. Kirwogindet neo betunotok nekuye mwoe biikab kalenjin egosiek alak kole nebo maiyek ko ki inendet David Kenani Marag nekikwo kamung'et ko nguni ko Martha Koome ako nyumnyum angot konyokokonu tilet kirwogichu nekergei ngoyoni kole kiketyingei lewenisiet tugul kotisab anan koyoni tugul kole maketyingei lewenisiet kotisab kounotok ko nyumnyum kowalak kakonunetab tilonotok amu imuchi koek kit agenge tugul eng kayonchinet kole kiketyingei lewenisiet anan acha kibendi kiyoni walutikab lewenisiet. Kit agenge netebe biik nguni ako angot keba lewenisioni ko kasarta nebo betusiek ata eng katiba ko kasarta nebo betusiek 60 asikeketchigei lewenisiet. Ango makiketyingei lewenisioni bore Mr. ko tarik 13 wikini nyonei kasitab oeng ko kutuet ko nebo inendet nekokelewen Daktari William Ruto ak Rigathi Gachagua ko metit ak rubeiwot. Ko angebwa kutit age kolen alak metit ak katit yani president ak deputy nenyi ko igorata keyoe kasarani ngot kosulda kounotok ko bora ngot itinye tebut akonin boroindo.
Kongoi mising Nicholas Lelei angeten olimbo Supreme Court nakas akobo kit neu nguni ripsenoto nebo kalyet kora niton ko expectation che kigeni anan choton che igeni emet komugul akoi nguni arap Kimboya.
Igeni emet komugul igere ile kakebeefen up the security eng komasta nindabo the Supreme Court anan Milimani Law Court sole tepche Supreme Court for a while nguni ingele tebege biik chechang kole amune simaboisie Supreme Court lakini akobo ng'alekab COVID regulations ak ne uigere ile kakeba anan kakinyekeyai eng Milimani Law Court so ugele anytime ko kinyoru the verdict nebo Supreme Court judges.
Again, report alak noton ko nekimuchi alak in site nekikere kon missing ko karibu site la noton nebo bet nekibwotin kobit kegon niton ko tilet imuch komait anan komuch ko kaibata kobaten imuch en olombo site law ko kibarasta en betut noton nebo raini. Ile tokingei konyek tugul kokere kole tos imuch kowenditoito ano tiletab kapkirwok, tos imuch kowenditoito ano niton ko kokon tilet en rani. Arap kimwa kele ngot keba riran ko mara ko betusiek ata anan nekit nyolu konai biikab Kenya angot keba en riran en kotkon komwa kapkirwok noton kole bas kit noton nekang'et ko keba riran.
Sikeba riran igere ile the first the after 60 days riran after 60 days the riran from betut ne kokiibu tilet like last time kingeib tilet ko kikiyai riran tarik 26 arawetab October So arawet taman. So he knew warako after 60 days from most likely after 60 days ko most likely early November. Most likely early November.
Okay. And arawet natan nebo taman ago tun abang wale ka confirmed gele gigono judgment en sa sita natan nebo abid in Rani. Tango en yetenge konyek tugul was negra laga go bitege magale much koek sa sita natan nebo abid and in notice natan gagigon en gager notice engro negle kigono betabran tarigin mut and sa sita natan nebo abid queen and Supreme Court of Kenya Milimani law courts en petut natan nebo ara ini. So kimendi break it in. So we can again get a style.
Kimitei agobo inye ago kimita siginetkei kibaibaitkei ak inosechige tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.kasstv.co.ke. Kass TV Kimnotet 9.
Netesetai. Bindi negen ebororietab Kalenjin. Kibindi nemiten barak kimnotet ak boiboiyetu. Konin boroindo inai kobo tienik ak tienwogikwak. Kongeten sait nebo koskolen agoi sait angwan nebo kemoi. Omiten na Jackie Arusei.
Tita Kalenjin tesetai tetutetab hashtag nenetesetai.
Nenetesetai. Kibindi neiboiboitin mutyo. En kila Friday.
There's no other monkey.
Megosa niger nenetesetai. Asina ile nenetesetai in Kass TV.
The youth haven't been given their space to speak out and air out what they want. Nilembo huko tu kuna like there are beautiful boys and
That is probably the most misunderstood generation.
In the morning we woke up at 6 but tulifika shule saa 2.
timetable mnatolewa HT. What is that? Hey.
The things that the youth are doing, they are not appreciated.
In fact, in the morning I was telling Ben, this 10,000, so you mean I'm more.
omojuko shone ni kagi chama nini vile kwa choro ngokie lakini chonke moyo ukweli ni bomungu kwa machoro ngokiana kugimigishi kuma kaitita ni mitu kole ngwa ngoka ititi ni ngokie ni okumoje kulokuthi ngilokini ukukala imachedia nanyu onyaza nisikumiloli kumoto thinya kaneole mara kovuriki oniko ngishe ko imenothi mi komatali chitu kulibata pokudi nini kulo inje kudi nyungu mingokie loli ondikituwile miteni ngokeni biko kunikeli manene o prasis kokwachude ne
osinyorchigei ngokiet koikisikiza tune simengung komorichile star 860 star 836 ash
Kass ko kimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
omojuko shone ni kagi chama nini vile kwa choro ngokie lakini chonke moyo ukweli ni bomungu kwa machoro ngokiana kugimigishi kuma kaitita ni mitu kole ngwa ngoka ititi ni ngokie ni okumoje kulokuthi ngilokini ukukala imachedia nanyu onyaza nisikumiloli kumoto thinya kaneole mara kovuriki oniko ngishe ko imenothi mi komatali chitu kulibata pokudi nini kulo inje kudi nyungu mingokie loli ondikituwile miteni ngokeni biko kunikeli manene o prasis kokwachude ne
osinyorchigei ngokiet koikisikiza tune simengung komorichile star 860 star 836 ash
Kass ko kimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
Nilipatwa na ujauzito, ilikuwa mwaka wa 2014. Nilibeba tu mimba vizuri kwa miezi 9. Hatimaye vile siku zilifika, ingawaje nilipitisha masiku, nilipelekwa operation. Alafu baada ya kwenda hiyo surgery ikaonekana mtoto amekufia kwa tumbo. Ndio nikaoperatiwa, nikashonwa, nikawa discharged. Nikaenda home. Kufika nyumbani immediately after 3 days nikawa tuna leakage ya mkojo, just yenyewe tu inatoka bila control. Alafu mamangu kuona hivyo akaniambia itabidi urudi wapi? Urudi hospitali, waende waone shida imekuwa nini. Ikaonekana bladder ilikuwa imefinyika na haiwezi hold mkojo for a long time. Ikabidi tena sasa bladder itolewe. Sasa vile bladder ilitolewa, that was second surgery. Dr. Mabea akakuja kunionea huko, ndio akanirifaa wapi? Gynecare hospital. Sasa kufika huko akaniangalia vizuri, akasema nimedevelop fistula. By that time sikuwa nimejua fistula ni nini. Akasema itabidi uende another surgery. Ilibidi kwe 2 surgeries ya urine na hiyo ya choo. Juu zote sasa zilikuwa zimeanza kuliki pamoja. Akanisaidia nikafanya surgery yote na nikawa completely nimepona. Akanidischarge nikaenda nyumbani. After kwenda nyumbani nikakaa about 3 months, ambapo tena the director akanipigia simu akaniambia inafaa ukuje at least ufanye urudi shuleni, ambapo tulikuwa tumeongea na yeye. Akaniambia utarudi shuleni, na mimi nikakubali juu nilikuwa nimefika form 4 na sikuwa na otherwise ya pesa ya kuendelea mbeleni. Nikakuja wakaniingisha Eldoret Polytechnic penye nilianzia certificate in social work and community development. Nikafanya hiyo 2016, 2017 and 2018 hapo. Nikakuja nika graduate hapo na certificate level, ambapo tena wakaniuliza kama naweza endelea na masomo. Nikakubali. Walinipeleka hapa Eldoret Technical Institute ambapo nafanya sahi diploma in social work. Alafu tena wakanipea hapa kazi, ambapo vile mlisikia daktari akiongea kwamba mimi ni assistant wake. Sasa hii niko hapa nafanya kazi na nashukuru kwa kazi yao nzuri yenye wamenipatia.
Nini ilikuinspire kama kufanya social work? Hiyo 2014 venye hizi shida yote ilianza, how old were you?
I was 27 years old. Ambapo walisema singeweza kudeliver normal, ilifaa tupitie surgery juu ya njia ya mtoto ilikuwa ndogo, sasa hangeweza kupita. Sasa ikabidi tu niende hiyo surgery, and due to hiyo delay ndio ikafanya tena mtoto nini kwa tumbo.
Na unaweza ambia nini wanawake wengine huko nje ambao wanapitia mashida kama haya?
Ndio, kuna watu wengi wenye shida kama hiyo huku nje, lakini hawajui kwamba kuna gynecare hospital. Fistula iko na tiba, ingawaje wenye wako huku nje hawajui kwamba fistula iko na matibabu. Pengine wanaona ni kama laana, wengine wanaona ni kama sijui kurogwa, lakini sio hivyo. Wawakubali, lakini wakikuja hapa gynecare wataona matibabu makubwa sana na maisha itabadilika. So wakiwa nao wasiwakatae, wawakubali.
En petut noton nebo tilet en Supreme Court koikas yon ako kakimong niton ko sait ne kisomanu kirwokonoton ko saa 6 noton nebo bet.
Saa 6 nebo bet ko kisomani kirwokenoto ko at that time kenai kele what is the way forward. That time kenai kele what is the way forward. Ako judges kora chito nemengen anan tom konai kole judges for Supreme Court komite Chief Justice Martha Koome, mite Philomena Mwilu, Deputy Chief Justice, mite Isaac Lenaola, Smoking Wanjala, Njoki Ndung'u, Mohamed Ibrahim ak William Ouko. Choto jikebwatyin kele konu tilanata yoto ba saa 6 kamili. Saa 6 kamili eng Mlimani kokonu tilet noto sikenai kele tos icheket kauteb ng'weny kokas kole kamwane petitioner akowal ne choto ko the defense chebo both IBC ak William Ruto ko kamwane. So at 12 enoto ko kinae from the 7 Supreme Court judges kele tilet nenywa ko ne ako which part of the either petitioners and go defense jugo kayai anan jugo ka nekikuren ko convince icheket missing ko yan ng'alekwak missing kole ingircho choto.
Yes, kole tos chuchoton yekingokoito kesit keberta noton nebo petitioners keberta noton nebo anan akowal keberta noton nebo respondents ak ichek king'olole ng'alekab musoknotet, king'olole ng'alek chebo 50+1%, king'olole ng'alekab commissioners che kimuch kobit kokon noton koit keit Supreme Court kibakekas akobo tilet noton nebo kele tos mwane Supreme Court. Komoswek tuan aeng komakamut Deputy President William Ruto noton ko President elect ako milimbo kikuren Lamurkai Lamu
ngiro
en keberta noton bo Njoro yekomiten en tuyet noton nebo
Lamurdai
noton amut. Komwa kole kikonyiti ng'atutik kora chebo emet ako nyolu bit kosub chito age tugul. Raila Odinga en Milima Meru kokomwa anan kokon akine tilet anan komwa akine kole imuch koyan anan uyani tilet noton nebo kirwokik choton chebo Supreme Court. So betut noton nebo raini ako betut noton nekisomani judgment saa 6 noton nebo bet. Noton nebo bet. Noton nebo abet en aranirab Kemboi.
Kora kit age ni makat inai chitab Kalenjin ko the judgment ni kikenyi ko judgment ni either nullification anan ko upholding nebo election. Ingen ile mi biik chetebe kole upholding ko ne. Upholding ko kakimwa kele kikelewenishet komie ako tesetai kou yo kokamwa IEBC. Ngotko chito nekoitangasan IEBC ko inendet nemiten ngecheret. For example nguni in this case ko William Ruto president elect ko inendet kong'etu ko president elect ngot ke upholden. Ngeyai nullification ko kiyoe nullification akekura ariran ko eku kasitab IEBC kokura riran after Supreme Court. Ma Supreme Court nekure riran. Supreme Court kokonu tilet nenywa. After that biik chekure noto ko anan ko choto ko biik che igere ile bendi kokonu tilet nito anan biik chekonu tarikit kwa IEBC. So ip koteptos ako konu tuguk chechang mising eng yoto anan recommendations chechwa judges. Komuch komwa kole eng yu kikakiyai kuni ndakiyai kuni, eng yu ndakiyai kole. So kikere ile noto ko the way forward.
Ikakon Supreme Court ko igeni noton ko igeni IEBC kuip kasarta noton betusiek 60 sikobit kokon ng'alalet anan 60 sikobit keba niton ko lewenisiet age angot ko in a scenario noton nebo riran. Ako ngot ko upheld noton kele kikiyai ako mamiten kesit noton nekewalu bas kitokenge nguni keberta noton nebo transition ne ibaru le tarikit 10 tarikit 9 tarikit 13
tarikit next week on Monday.
Jumatatu noton ne nyone bas ko betut noton nebo uapisho noton ko betut ne kiyasichin president elect kondochi koik president noton nebo emetab Kenya en betusiek mut choton kenyisiek mut chebwone en tai. Yes, kenyisiek mut chebwone en tai. Koniton ko kit nekisubi kora noton ko tienge tilet noton nebo Supreme Court anan kirwoget noton nebo Supreme Court ne konu tilanoton kirwogik choton en rani saa 6 noton nebo abet en saa 6 noton nebo abet. So noton tugul keibun kong'eten olibo Kass Tv asobit inai ile ne kit netesetai ako ne kit noton ne wendi anan kebendi tai. Ibwat ile komoswek tuwan anan ko kole kotebi kechang anan kimwa kole tos ikerto ne kesit nekipunye Supreme Court okerto ne lo ako ingen ile komosta tugul ngoendi ngoibe kesit ko ibwoti kole belisia komosta age tugul. Petitioners, respondents kong'ana tugul kole I'm winning this. Mami chi nele ne uwa marais. Niwendi uno itinye kotochinetab kei ile bas akoi niton ko kosulda kiyekun icheket kabelik. So ko niker kasubik chebo komoswek tuwan aeng ako mising en social media kotinye kayanet akotelelen kayanenywan fundiyot noton nebo ngoroik kele pima suit. So akere noton mwoe biik chechang kole pimeni suit. Ako rana akere akosir Gladys Wanga nebo Azimio ine kole hey pigia fundi amalizie bato. Ngala kijana ibimani nguriet kana nito kole ifunde kole kanget kityo buttons tu akabir bas ana kole kora bir bas in fact ibir bas ora sigenda buttons so kala Gladys Wanga male pigia fundi amalizie buttons amalizie buttons nini agochu mogele pima suit. So kibatile kama sasa tuana kotinye expectation en betut noton nebo raini go anen betut noton nebo raini en saa 6 noton nebo abet en saisiek karibu somok chemi tai haitama sait mut saisiek somok che miten en tai. So tugul keibun kong'eten olibo Kass TV. Kebe break ananyongelea kusoma tagigeso la kebe.
Abati le kale baka munget kidogo sikebe break sigenyegeweke nyegengalale chechang mising agobo Supreme Court agobo agoratilet nekibwat nena nekigenyi nguni.
Yes, Sula, how are you?
I am very fine, Inspector.
The baby.
Happy maternity.
How is you daktari ahora?
Daktari wakunga. Wakunga hii.
Andia.
Wananikosea heshima kabisa, Inspector.
Andia.
Na kwenda wakifike hii. Sababu kuchukulaza kujirenyi chakata, Inspector.
Mafoya jawa matiani.
Exactly. Kakisila kwenda kienda nasari. Agile wacha gai nasari. 3 days. Ana nguo. Awana. Wezo hiyo mtoto hapo nasari ndani.
Acha tu la manamba zugul.
Nasari.
Bagay daktari agasinwa. Acha.
Asinyoru nasari kuigisikiza tune ngungi. Itil star 860 star 842 hash. Kass ko kimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
Kimitei agobo inye ago kimita siginetkei kibaibaitkei ak kinoisechigei tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.kasstv.co.ke. Kass TV Kimnatet 9.
With the performance of a lifetime. She's the 2-time 1500-meter Olympic champion.
Track. Love spins, fires, and scores. Otieno handing off defenders for fun.
And it's going to be a Kenyan 1-2. Alexander-Arnold. Oh, brilliant! Absolutely magnificent goal.
Bouncing all the way to the edge of the 6-yard box and turned in. And Kenya in front with just over 2 minutes played.
Nasty collision into the tyre barriers. Max Verstappen getting out of the car.
Chamgei kabatindet. Kiibwak logoiwek chemyache agobo Deland Solar Pumps chebo irrigation kobun Fine Touch Africa Limited. Deland Solar Pumps koboisie lapkeiyetab asista kocher kimnatetab sitimet. Solar Pumps chutok kobitu eng sizes cheterter cheimuch kebirune beek eng ainet anan ko eng borehole. Eng Fine Touch Africa Limited kora kealdei keyoe installations ak ineti kabatik agobo tugukab drip irrigation, sprinklers, button drippers irrigation, rainhose irrigation, greenhouses, agricultural nets, pond liners, lawns irrigation, piping beek ak fittings koboto water pumps ak alak cheterter. Eng Eldoret kenyorwech eng Nakuru Road, kokesir ainetab Sosiani. Eng Nakuru anyone kemite industrial area, let nebo Gido Plaza. Eng Kitale kemite ole negite showground roundabout. Eng Bomet inyorwech eng Bomet Narok Road. Ngot itinye tebut anan ko ng'olyot age tugul, ibirwech simet eng namba 0700 169 962 anan irutoje eng website at Fine Touch. We make it green.
Turn up the heat with Europe's most exciting league, the Bundesliga. This season, enjoy football as it's meant to be. Full crowds, 7 new coaches, top signings Matthijs de Ligt and Sadio Mane. Can Dortmund chase down the record masters Bayern Munich? Magnificent football, week after week, game after game. Live and exclusive 2 Star Times. Subscribe now to the Aerial Classic Bouquet at only 899 shillings or Dish Mart Bouquet at only 999 shillings per month. Unbeatable prices for incredible Bundesliga action.
Times. Enjoy digital life.
Netesetai. Kibindi neinagen ebororieta Paul Engine. Kibindi nemiten barak kimnatet ak boiboiyetu. Konin boroindo inai kobo tienik ak tienwogikwak. Kongeten sait nebo koskolen ako sait angwan nebo kemoi. Omiten na Jackie Arusei.
Tita Kalenzi Intesetai, Tetuteta hashtag Nenetesetai.
Nenetesetai, kibindi neiboiboitin mutyo en kila Friday.
There's one at the monkey.
Megosa niger Nenetesetai asina ile hii. Netesetai in Kass TV.
En Leonie Sere 2022 tilet noton nebo gesit noton nekiip ana tilet noton nebo Supreme Court en raini saa 6 nebo bet kwen noton nekakomang logoiyot kele en saa 6 noton nebo bet ko somonu kirwagutik ana kirwaget niton ko keberta nebo niton ko negonu judgment kapkirwok noton nebo Supreme Court noton nebo barak noton ko Supreme Court kokonu tilet en saa 6 sait lo noton nebo bet kwen. En kasaratan ko tesetai ripsetab kalyet en taonit noton nebo Nairobi mising en keberta noton netokyingei ortinwek. Supreme Court noton nebune ortinwek keberwek karan chebo Supreme Court ne tabeni konyek tugul en nguni kirwogik choton 7 chebo kapkirwok nebo Supreme Court en saa 6 betutab raini eletetat kobit kokon tilet kotinygei ak kesit noton anan petition nekikoito kandoindet noton nebo Azimio la Umoja en walutik anan ko senet walutik karan chebo lewenisiet noton nebo president. Akimuch kekas kesit noton kong'eten betut noton nebo akwaeng kasi akoi betut noton nebo komut kasi en wikit noton akosirto ale imuch kobit kokimit kapkirwok noton kole kibelis president elect Dr. William Ruto anan kowirta walutik choton chebo lewenisiet noton akong'at kobit keyai lewenisiet age noton nebo president en betusiek 60 choton chemiten time. Amuche kobarasta keberta noton nebo traffic kole kikere noton ko ortinwek cheterter chetokyingei kapkirwok noton nebo Milimani en raini kasarta noton nekikeni kokon tilet kapkirwok nebo Supreme Court kotinygei ak walutik choton president en sait lo noton nebo bet. So en chito age tugul noton neibune en ortinwek karan cheboto Ngong Road ole kikeren oranoton niton ko 10th Ngong Avenue kekere oranoton ak NHIF. So biik tugul choton chebunu komoswek karan chebo NHIF ngitinye niton ko boisiet age tugul imoche itil bo NHIF ko ngotiwendi ak karing'ung ko kaikas ko kikere oranoton nebo NHIF. Icheket imiten en Cathedral, cheboisien Cathedral Road, Milimani, Ngong Road, ole kikerchinen anan kekere en Kenyatta Avenue. Icheket chebunu ortinwek karan chebo Valley Road, chebo oret noton nebo Valley Road Junction, kekeren junction noton nebo NSSF. So icheket chechorugei kobwone ko kekeren yombo NSSF oret noton nebo Valley Road ak Cathedral Road kekerunen Haile Selassie Avenue Junction ole kichomchin kityo karisiek chebendi kapkirwok noton nebo Supreme Court koboisien oranoton ichegen. Ako noton kakisom kora ketik karan chebo karisiek koboisien ortinwek choton che alak cheu Valley Road kochute kwen noton nebo taonitab Nairobi ak ortinwek karan ak oret noton nebo Mombasa Road kochute kora kwen noton nebo taonitab Nairobi anan CBD en betut noton nebo rani. Oranoton kaikas chitab Kalenjin ngimiten oret noton nebo Ngong Road ngotibunu komoswek karan chebo Ngong Road konoton kamwa kebeberta noton nebo National Police Service kole kikere ortinwek choton en saisiek oeng amait koit kekon tilet en saa 6. So saisiek oeng ko taugei en inguni sait 4. So ngimiten en oret noton nebo Ngong Road kekeren yoton nebo 10th Ngong Avenue kekere en NHIF anan en oret noton nebo NHIF. Cathedral Road Milimani newendi Milimani Ngong Road kekerchin Kenyatta Avenue. Valley Road Junction kekere en NSSF. So ker komie anan noton akas komie akikuye ele kikeren ortinwek choton si maityo komuch konamchi sang. Cathedral Road kekeren Haile Selassie Avenue Junction ole karisiek karan chekichomchin kobun anan karisiek chekiyonchin koboisien ortinwek choton kakiker ko choton chebendi karisiek karan chetokyingei karisiek karan chebendi Supreme Court ichegen che kiyonjin kobun ortinwek choton. So icheket tugul oret noton nebo Ngong Road kekeren 10th Ngong Avenue ele kikeren NHIF. So komami ele kebune yoton makichomye karit age tugul kobun oranoton. Cathedral Road Milimani Ngong Road kekerchinen Kenyatta Avenue Valley Road Junction noton nebo NSSF ak Cathedral Road Haile Selassie Avenue Junction ele kichomchin kitarisiek ichegen choton chebendi in Supreme Court. Taiketinigei logoyonoton kora asobet kemwaun ortinwek karan chaiker kele kikeren yubono si ibit itet noton ibangan betung'ung komie. Agen kora kasaratan ko kakomuch akine kokon noton kakosom President elect Dr. William Ruto biik tugul choton chebo emoni kokonyit ng'atutik en kotugul asikobit kandoiset noton nemie en emet. Kamwa Ruto kole kindochin emoni keboisien katiba noton ko constitution ako noton ko magat en chi tugul nebo Kenya kobit kosub ng'atutik. Genyorun report noton.
Hii kazi imepatiwa majaji. Ya nini tuandamane? Hata ukaandamana uamuzi ni uamuzi, hawezi kubadilishwa, si ndio? Kwa hivyo watu wabaki majumbani, wale wanaenda kazini waende kazini, na wale watoto waenda shule waende shule.
Niseme wale tulikuwa Azimio
Na wale bado wako Azimio, tukubali tumeshindwa.
Hatuwezi kuendelea kuchochewa kwa sababu ya nia za ubinafsi wa watu wachache.
Kenya is more important than any other leader. Na kwa sababu tunaangalia runinga na tunaona wale ambao wasaanza kuambia Wakenya maneno ya maandamano, ni waeleze ya kwamba their political ambitions should be secondary to the peace and stability of our nation.
Na kwa kweli, ikiwa mtu anajua kwamba huku kotini ameshinda na kwa kura alishinda, kesho hawezi kuitisha maandamano, kwa sababu ni koti ndio itaamua, sio huko nje ya koti. Kwa hivyo hapo ni kama kuna dalili.
Hakuna mtu Kenya tena atakubali watoto ya wenyewe watumiwe vibaya. Na ndio hii uchaguzi hii imeonyesha ya kwamba mtoto ya mama yeyote anaweza kuwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Si imeonekana? This election, what it has done is to encourage every Kenyan that working hard and praying to God, you can achieve your dream in your lifetime. Now that is why tunasema hao watu madynasty wasipangie watoto wetu maandamano.
Mahakama ya upeo itatoa uamuzi wake. Kwa sababu sisi ni nchi ya kufuata sheria, pia tutaheshimu uamuzi wa mahakama ya upeo. Hivyo ndivyo tutakavyokuwa na nchi ambayo itakuwa ni nchi ya Wakenya wote. Na hakuna Mkenya mkubwa na mdogo. Wakenya wote ni kiwango kimoja chini ya sheria na katiba yetu ya Kenya.
Kongalali, Deputy President in tuyet natan goba Jumapili, sauti kana joba Jumapili ne kogiai en kebertanatan nebo anatan ko ne kogiai in olimba Anjoro in sugulit natan nebo Larmudiak High School in Amut. En kasaratan gora koimuch en kasaratan natan koimuch agine kobor kamangunet Raila Odinga kole wirtagab kirwok kabelisiet noton nebo Dr. William Ruto koek president elect. Lagomwa inendet kole kotuiyo ak kandoik aran chebo Azimio kobun Meru kondochini minister noton nebo kabatisiet Peter Amunya kole iyani kole yae imanda akokochi ichek kabelisiet kapkirwok noton. Kamwa Munya ana kamuch komwa Munya en komastanyin kole mawale kasubetab Raila en Meru wetab nego governor noton Meru Kiraitu Murungi nego chut inendet keberta noton nebo Kenya Kwanza.
We as Azimio are confident that our cause is just. And if you fight for a just cause, you never get deterred by setbacks. Setbacks are part of the game.
We will continue fighting for the ideals we so much believe in. And it's better to have a few committed members than to have hangers-on whose minds and soul are elsewhere.
Meru is intact. We are stronger than ever before. And indeed, the defection of the former governor of Meru is just a confirmation of what we have always known, that his sympathies lay elsewhere. And therefore, it is better to have strong people who are committed to you than have saboteurs within your team. So the saboteurs have left, and we are left with a stronger team that is going to guarantee us victory that we strongly know was stolen from us.
But we believe in justice. We believe that ultimately justice shall triumph, and that it is the Kenyan people who will be the happier. Therefore, we've said that Kenyans should continue to have us in their prayers. We pray for peace. We also pray for wisdom. And we hope that the Supreme Court will deliver a fair ruling which will help us to strengthen our democracy in our country.
noton kakong'alal kebeberta noton nebo Kenya Kwanza ak kebeberta noton nebo Azimio nekamwa kole tinye akichek kayanet en kapkirwok nebo barak. Saisiek ngele ndani nguni 2 hours to go sobet kekon tilet kong'eten olimbo Supreme Court ne en kasaratan kora kamuch kokoito akichek somet bishops choton chebo kanisetab Catholic koityi biikab emoni kosochi kirwokik tisab choton chebo Supreme Court kokon icheket tilet noton neititaat kotinygei ak petition noton neesie wolutikab president en saisiek oeng che miten en tai. Kandochi noton nebo ng'echeret en Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops Archbishop Martin Kivuva ole kosom bishops cheboto biikab emoni kotebien ng'aliet ak kibagenge yoton nekigeni kekon tila noton. Amuch komwa bishops choton kole mokyingei kalyet biikab emoni ak kou noton ako nyolu kerib kalyet asikobit kowek yaet noton nebo boisionik en emet noton nebo Kenya ole kikonu tilanoton en saa sita noton nebo bet kwen saisiek oeng noton ko sait agenge ak dakikoisiek 52 chelinda asikobit kekon tilanoton.
We know whatever will come up will be our decision. We want to pray that be our way. We want to pray that be our spirit. It is painful, I know. I've been speaking to some people yesterday and some other place. They say, let's have a party. They say, no, let's wait until baada ya Jumatatu. Baada ya Jumatatu tuweze kicheko cha kweli. Baada ya Jumatatu to embrace our country together. Baada ya Jumatatu tuitike kwamba sisi ni jamaa moja, sisi ni ndugu wa moja. Na mwishoni baada ya Jumatatu tuache watoto wetu wasome bila shida, tuenende kazi zetu kama kawaida na tuendelee na hali pia ya kumwalika Mungu kati yetu. Kuna tetezi eti kwamba sehemu fulani zitakuwa na ni hotspot. I want to challenge ourselves again. Tuseme that is not true. It is not you. Na kukwambia ukiulizwa na mtu leo utatupa jiwe, asamia tutupela nini? Na ni Kenya yetu naendelea kujenga. It's a very important moment. Don't be persuaded by any political or any group at all kuingia makundi ya kuleta hali ya upotovu wa amani nchi yetu. Tuweze kuendelea, watoto wasome, tupate mishahara, tuweze kuendelea ili kama wataenda popote penginepo, kama wanahitaji lolote linginepo, tuendelee na wengi wetu ambao tunaumia, tuseme haidhuru, Mungu ni mwema, tuendelee kutafuta njia za kutulia na kuenenda na nchi yetu kama Wakenya walio huru na wanaopenda nchi yao.
Nguni chitab college kotomo sait agenge ak dakikosiek konom asikobit kekon tilet en kapkirwok noton nebo Barak Supreme Court ole tabeni konyek tugul en nguni kirwokik tisab choton chebo kapkirwok nebo Supreme Court ele tetat kobit kokon icheket tilet kotinygei ak kesit anan petition noton ne kikoito kandoinatet nebo Azimio la Umoja koesio walutik karon chebo lewenisietab president. Akot kounoton anan kokimuch kekas kesi noton kong'eten betut noton nebo kwang'asi en wikit noton nekosirtoi akoi komut kasi en wikit noton nekokikesugei ele imuch kokimit kapkirwok noton kole kibelis noton ele imuch kokimit kapkirwok noton bo Supreme Court kole kibelis president elect Dr. William Ruto anan kowirta walutik karon chebo lewenisiet noton akong'at kobit keyai lewenisiet age noton nebo president en betusiek 60 choton chemiten tai. Akot kou noton kakobarasta kebeberta noton nebo traffic en olebo Nairobi ako niton koityi chito age tugul nemi olebo Nairobi en raini ngot mising kot iboisien oret noton nebo Ngong Road, iboisien oret noton nebo NHIF anan itinye boisionik cheimoche iyai en NHIF ko kakemuch kobit anan koimuch kibarasta ele kibendi kekere ortinwek choton. che ortinwek che kigere koboto Ngong Road kegere ana kigere Ngong Road 10th Ngong Avenue so go nguti bune gari nengunget komasire 10th Ngong Avenue ole gere en NHIF Cathedral Road Milimani Ngong Road kegeren Kenyatta Avenue anata kigeren Kenyatta Avenue Valley Road Junction ora na jute NSSF gegere netan ipotil karise kichegen jiganjin kobun ora nana ko karise karanche bendi Supreme Court chegen ana jara bendi kap kirwak so ngutari mo bendi kap kirwak ko magobun ora natanana Ngong Road or 10th Ngong Avenue gegere en Komasatan and NHIF Cathedral Road Milimani Ngong Road gegere chinen Kenyatta Avenue so pangange ibangan petu ngomye ibatirari zakibona ora tuno changa gima wache bendi Supreme Court kityo go ngoti wendi town ana itinye anatango paisoni gero limba NHIF ko iya inyiten gelda amun kigere ortuno jatan missing pikara jemiten Ngong Road gegere ngeten 10th Ngong Avenue kegere nyambo NHIF Cathedral Road Milimani Ngong Road kegere en Kenyatta Avenue Valley Road Junction NSSF kora gegere nyatan Cathedral Road Haile Selassie gegere en Haile Selassie Avenue Junction natan ko gari sek mo chari satul yaranche punora nana chiganjin ko chebeni Supreme Court kityo so ibangan betut ak paisoni karanche ba betut ko mugo natan ko update negibun agoi nguni ne site lan babet ko je tabatos kora kapkiron wa Supreme gogon judgment anatlet we ga igeren yana go notice natan ba site ko bun natan go register natan ba Supreme Court honorable Letizia Washira nagamwagale saa 6 natan ba Pet Queen ne nguni kotoma site agenge agda go segar tamamut kityo 1 hour 45 minutes to go so bita kegas atlanatan kongeten olimba Supreme Court ko olimba Supreme Court en Rane so kay kasartun me kaiger ako koiger en komasatan na gora site ne kigonum nitan go tilanatan nebo petition gigip kwa kapkiro notan nebo abarak bendi break kitigen asgabit ke wegen guess so ke wegara yage taben yatan tsetai countdown nebo saisek kedakinge tlet notan nebo Supreme Court kuexeyen kasata notan matiana
Kimitei agobo inye ago kimita siginetkei kibaibaitgei ak inosechigei tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.kasstv.co.ke. Kass TV Kimnotet 9.
Yes, Sula, how are you? I am very fine, Inspector. Now, how's the baby? I'm in maternity. Au sili au daktari ahora.
Daktari wakunga. Wakunga hii.
Angalia.
Wananikosea heshima kabisa inspector.
Angalia.
Na kwenda wakifike hii. Sababu kutunasa kutujirenyisha kata inspector.
Mafoya ajawa matiangi.
Exactly. Wakisila kwenda kienda nasari. Agile wacha gai nasari. 3 days. Ana nguo. Awana. Wewe hiyo mtoto hapo nasari ndani.
Acha tu la manamba zugul.
Nasari.
Bagay daktari agakunywa. Aja.
Asinyoru nasari kuigisikiza tune ngungi ichil star 860 star 842 hash. Kass ko kimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
With the performance of a lifetime. She's the 2-time 1500-meter Olympic champion.
Track. Love spins, fires, and scores. Otieno handing off defenders for fun.
And it's going to be a Kenyan 1-2.
Alexander-Arnold. Oh, brilliant! Absolutely magnificent goal.
Punching all the way to the edge of the 6-yard box and turned in. And Kenya in front with just over 2 minutes played.
Nasty collision into the tyre barriers. Max Verstappen getting out of the car.
Omojuko shuni taki chama nini vile kwa chodo ngokie lakini chonke moyo ukweli ni bomungu kwa macho ngokiana kugimikishi kuma kaitita nyimi tu kole ngwa ngokaititi ni ngokie nisini okumoje kulokuthi ngilokini ukukala imachedia nanyu onyaza nisikumiloli kumoto thinya kaneole mara kovuriki oniko keshi ko imenothi mi komatali chitu kulibata fokudi nyini kulo inje kuri nyungu mingokie loli ondikituwile miteni ngokeni biko unikeli manene o prasis kokwachudi ni
osinyorchige ngokiet kuikisikiza tunisi mengungo bomori ichile star 860 star 836 ash.
Kass ko kimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
Netesetai kipindi neinegen en bororietab Kalenjin. Kipindi nemiten barak kimnatet ak boiboiyetu. Konin boroindo inai kobo tienik ak tienwogikwak. Kongeten sait aeng nebo koskolen agoi sait ang'wan nebo kemoi. Omiten na Jackie Arusei.
Titap Kalenjin tesetai tetutetab hashtag nenetesetai.
Nenetesetai kipindi neiboiboitin mutyo en kila Friday.
There's one at the monkey.
Mekosan iker nenetesetai asina ile hii netesetai en Kass TV.
the youth haven't been given their space to speak out and air out what they want.
Nilembo huko tu kuna like they are beautiful boys and
it is probably the most misunderstood generation.
In the morning we woke up at 6 but tulifika shule saa 2.
Ile timetable mnatolewa HT, what is that? Hey,
The thing that the youth are doing, they are not appreciated.
In fact, in the morning I was telling Ben, this 10,000 so ni mimi naamua.
Sait agenge ak dago sex somak tisab che Linda sikobit go kongalal anaton kobit gogon ngalalet kapkiruok nebo barak Supreme Court ne miten benjit naton nebo giruok tisab chebendi kogonu tilet in betut naton nebo raini Supreme Court of Kenya goba petition naton gigib agele tos yegin goba petitioners kapkiruok noton nebo barak komwa koesio walutik anan chebo lewenisiet noton nebo William Ruto koek president elect kele tos tele noton anan tos kiwal tele noton kosubkei ak ngalek anan che terterchin che kimuch ko ngalalen kobeberta noton anan koba kapkiruok kobeberta noton nebo Azimio la Umoja kondochin Raila Odinga. Alak edukaran che kimache kapkiruok kobit kongalalen ko ngaliot noton nebo 50% plus 1 votes ne kimwa kele noton nekamuch komwa noton nebo Azimio kole moiti noton kikibarasta Chebukati Dr. William Ruto kole kiiti niton go constitutional threshold noton nebo 50% plus 1 votes. Kimi kora ngaliot noton nebo rejected ballots kele tos nyalo kobit kedesta niton en tally noton nebo 50% plus 1 vote rejected ballots kele tos pota koitet kele amun okot matingiakitun ko kura kora kikibir kura noton tos kiboisien nonitet kobit kibarastaen 50% plus 1 votes. Keberta noton ne koger kogusikon kapkiruok. Miten keberta noton nebo teknolojia noton go musoknotet noton nekiboisien nemwaat kele nikibitebuti akobo servers anan chebo IEBC koboto Kimskits kele tos server ak Kimskits komi chi age noton nekichuti about kingololen akobo chi age nebo Venezuela nekikuren Jose Camargo en keberta noton nebo petitioners komwa kole kimiten uyan kimi neten kwenut noton nebo formisiek che bendi asobit kinde niton ko public and portal noton nebo IBC kele kibune unekab Jose Tosman ko kit kora nekomoche kobit koger akokon tilet kapkiruok. Miten terchinet en kwenut noton nebo commissioners chebo IEBC ne magele tos Chebukati go in ko presidential election returning officer ago boisionik karan chebo commissioners en commission kone tos boisionik kwak ko bendi kotelelso en komasta ainon amun ngibwat akobo commissioners angwan choton che kindochin niton deputy vice niton ko deputy niton ko chairperson deputy chairperson Juliana Cherera ne kikamwa net kole kikikochin icheket walutik chekile osoman kole noton kimwa ng'alek nebo OPEC kole makiker ile kikitindoito figures choton kole kikonu icheket lonchu barasan ile kake verify na kiit akobunu ile kile koitosiek kochuchu Raila Odinga, William Ruto, Wajakoya, David Mwaure kanyor kichochu ak chu go gitebe le role noton nebo commissioners and commission en ngalekab tallying ak verification kotos une process kora go oret noton kokitaben the process kile tos figures charan chikikisoman koitosiek noton go en mata komuch kibarasta constituencies 27 kotos kiek noton illegal en kabarastaetab nekimwa kele kibit konetab ke kibit biretab ke en Bomas noton ne kiimuch matakomuch niton go commissioner Marjan kobit kosoman walutik anan kosoman koitosiek chebo constituencies 27 akot kunoton komuch komwa keberta noton nebo IBC komwa kole kiyai verification ak tallying tugul kole kini yanget kityo ko kabarastaet inegen yanget kityo keba tai mi microphone age mwa kele constituency nekile koitosiek chebo president ko kurainik ichochu candidate Raila Odinga, candidate William Ruto, candidate Wajakoya, candidate David Mwaure kokanyor kichochu ak chu en constituencies 27 kele tos noton ko imuch koek illegal kit kora noton tabeni kapkirwok noton nebo barage kora yekin kisipto biretab kura en komoswek 8 ne ngalalet no kokotinga ak voter suppression kele kenget en betutab raini imiten county nebo Mombasa komwa keberta noton nebo Azimio kole yoton ko stronghold nenywan Kakamega komwa kole stronghold noton nenywan yoton inger asubuhi akaita kemwa kele makibire kura noton nebo governor kotos kikochi biik alak ana chito akine kobot kole ngomami nebo governor komawendi raini kanakany kibarasta betut noton nebo governor babir kura kokochi komatokobirchi MCA women rep senate ak president so en argument noton nebo Azimio komwa kolenen kingibe kisipten stronghold yaran chwaget ko nekikon voter suppression matongete biik amun biik alak kolen aye lazima kebirchin governor anum lazima kebirchin MP anum so mwa kele kakisiptoi nimba barak ko matinyech anan matinyo na nimba barak amatinyech alake chun netinyo anende ko ngecheretab MP anan ngecheretab governor so kala mungu kakisiptoi nyone tui onge kanye betut age nekibarasta siba kebir kura kotos kiwal noton akobo walutik aran chebo let en ngecheretab president kit noton nekanyalu koyai determination kora kapkirwok noton nebo barak anan Supreme Court neimuch koboisien komoswek choton anan komoswek choton che imuch kotelelen anan koker kapkirwok kole bas yamaman kobit kokon tilenywan kou nonitet en komalo kechenge kekas kele tos lene mengik aran chebo Bomet Jeremy Sylvester komiten standby en komasaton komwoch kole lene olibo Bomet kotomo sait agenge ak nusu asikobit kekon ngalalet noton nebo Supreme Court ngebe break kenyoru choronokab Bomet kekas kele tos mwae ne icheket.
Kimitei akobo inye ako kimita sikinetkei kibaibaitkei ak kinosechigei tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.kasstv.co.ke. Kass TV kimnotet.
netesetai. Kibindi neinegen en bororietab Kalenjin. Kibindi nemiten barak kimnotet ak boiboiyetu. Konin boroindo inai kobo tienik ak tienwogikwak. Kongeten sait nebo koskolen agoi sait ang'wan nebo kemoi. Omiten na Jackie Arusei.
Tita Kalenzi intesetai tetutetab hashtag nenetesetai.
Nenetesetai kibindi neiboiboitin mutyo en kila Friday.
There's one at the monkey.
Mekosan iker nenetesetai asina ile hii nenetesetai en Kass TV.
The youth haven't been given their space to speak out and air out what they want.
Nilembo huko tu kuna like there are beautiful boys and
That is probably the most misunderstood generation.
In the morning we woke up at 6 but tulifika shule saa 2.
Play timetable mnatolewa HT, what is that? Hey.
The things that the youth are doing, they are not appreciated.
In fact, in the morning I was telling Ben, this 10,000, so you mean amua.
Chamgei kabatindet. Kiibwak logoiwek chemyache akobo Deland Solar Pumps chebo irrigation kobun Fine Touch Africa Limited. Deland Solar Pumps koboisie lapkeiyetab asista kocher kimnatetab sitimet. Solar Pumps chutok kobitu eng sizes cheterter cheimuch kebirune beek eng ainet anan ko eng borehole. Eng Fine Touch Africa Limited kora kealdei kiyae installations ak ineti kabatik akobo tugukab drip irrigation, sprinklers, button drippers irrigation, rainhose irrigation, greenhouses, agricultural nets, pond liners, lawns irrigation, piping beek ak fittings koboto water pumps ak alak cheterter. Eng Eldoret kenyorwech eng Nakuru Road, kokesir ainetab Sosiani. Eng Nakuru anyone kemite industrial area, let nebo Gido Plaza. Eng Kitale kemite ole nekite showground roundabout. Eng Bomet inyorwech eng Bomet Narok Road. Ngot itinye tebut anan ko ng'olyot age tugul ibirwech simet eng namba 0700 169 962 anan irutoje eng website at Fine Touch. We make it green.
Kitesetai en lewenisiet 2022. Tilet noton nebo kapkirwok nebo barak anan Supreme Court en raini. Sait age ak dakikoshek 25 chelenda. Sikobit kekon tilet en kapkirwok noton nebo barak nebo Supreme Court. En komoswek kanan chebo anan kit noton ne kakile in Raila versus Chebukati and Ruto. Tos ngo ne wendi gobelisie. Ne kakile keberta nebo Raila petitions ko komwa kole nen William Ruto ko maibelis manyor 50% plus 1 votes at threshold ne magata. Komwa kora ngalekab voter turnout noton kamwa kole kimiten ile voter turnout figures were a moving target. 140,028 unaccounted votes from the total tally. Elimichi magengere tos kipana kuren choton 1140 ak 28 kele Chebukati ran a one-man show and excluded commissioners in tallying and verification. And magole aye keep noton go kiteleljiga akiger kuni kiteleljiga Chebukati again and kiyai a one-man show akala kobakakta commissioners alak komamwochi icheket anan makoi boroindo commissioners alak nebo kobit kotestai noton nebo koek part and parcel nebo tallying ak verification. Kasibtoet noton nebo piretab kura in 8 electoral areas kalo kikochi koitosiek koba ng'weny anan suppressed votes in Azimio as strongholds. Noton ko chukumwochi koib komwochi kapkirwok noton nebo barak anan Supreme Court kobit kokon tilet nebo samur choton kotinye Raila Odinga. Kamwa Chebukati kale election was conducted strictly in compliance with the court's guidelines, constitution and laws. In mwaet noton nebo Chebukati kobun kara Ogilyeki kale ko lewenishan ko kikiyai in compliance noton ko kikiyai compliant ak kasubet noton nebo noton ko guidelines ortinwek anan chekiaror kapkirwok kit nemwoe constitution, katiba ak ng'atutik. A national returning officer role exists noton mwoe Chebukati kole miten boroindo noton nebo national returning officer en olimbo Supreme Court kale kotinye boisiet akile niton ko affirmed by Supreme Court in 2017 kele tinye a role a national returning officer in presidential and neton en kura noton nebo president and presidential. Polls technology was not interfered with, hacked or tampered with at all. En teknolojia ye niton ko mami chi nekichuti agetugul, mami chi neking'em server, mami chi agetugul noton nekichuti servait ak servers nebo IEBC ak technology nekiboisien ko noton kikararan. Akale William Ruto attained the 50% plus one vote threshold, mwae Chebukati kole kiiti nonitet. En keberta nebo defense nebo Dr. William Ruto kamwa kale I won fairly in a free, fair, transparent, accountable and verifiable election. I won fairly. Ruto kiabelisye en oret noton ne tagunot. There is no evidence of polls technology tampering and ago votes deducted from Raila. Mamiten evidence agetugul noton nemwaat kele kiking'em musongnotet anan ng'alekab hacking kale ko kuye mwoe Raila Odinga. The August 15 bombers chaos was an attempted but failed coup d'etat. Noton legitima bit kewirta magutik karan chebo biik katan chebo Kenya. Raila presented false digital logs to argue his case. Noton kamwa kale Raila presented false digital logs. Noton ko chikikip kemwa kele chuko footprints chebo teknolojia nekiboisien kale ko mabo iman. Niton ko alak en dukaran chekikeni nguni en sait agenge ak dakikosiek tiptem choton che miten tai 1 hour 20 minutes miten en tai. Ak niton iboru kole en saisiek chuton aeng chemiten tai ako noton ko ikesuke ng'alekab general election, ng'alalet noton nebo general elections en emetab Kenya noton nebo 2022 ak noton kiketyige niton ko kochut biik boisionik. The stage is set saa sita noton nebo bet kwen ak nebunu noton ko nebunu keberta noton nebo olimbo Supreme Court. Ak logoiwek alak che katestai en anan logoiwek alak rani logoiwek kora che terterchin che testai kobit kenyoru che kisubi kong'eten komoswek cheterterchin olimbo Supreme Court ak kebeberta noton nebo olimbo Supreme Court ak en counties kora kekas kele tos ne kit noton ne tesetai. So kimoche bit kekas kele ne biikab Bomet akebe kamung'et kitin sobit keweken kora ye tesetai countdown.
Kimitei akobo inye ako kimita sikinetkei kibaibaitkei ak kinoisechigei tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.kasstv.co.ke. Kass TV kimnotet naet.
Faith Kipyegon with the performance of a lifetime. She's the two-time 1500-meter Olympic champion.
Track, Love spins, fires, and scores. Otieno handing off defenders for fun. And it's going to be a Kenyan 1-2. It's Alexander-Arnold. Oh, brilliant! Absolutely magnificent goal. Bouncing all the way to the edge of the 6-yard box and turned in. And Kenya in front with just over 2 minutes played.
Nasty collision into the tyre barriers. Max Verstappen getting out of the car.
En dagosek kimitai sait agenge ak dagosek 15 koyetobotos Supreme Court en rani kogon judgment noton nenywanet en petition nekikiib kwa kapkirwok. Tos lene en nguni biik ara chemiten kebeberta noton nebo Bomet, mide Sylvester nguni taonit noton nebo Bomet. Rorwech tos lene kanye ne meng'ikab Bomet ako expectation chana chechwaket en tilet noton nebo kirwokik tisab en sait agenge ak dakikosiek 14 chemi tai 1 hour 14 minutes chelendam keyat kurgotik en olimbo Supreme Court. Lene meng'ikab Bomet, Sylvester.
Kongoi missing Stanley Bore kou yekemwa man kotomo sait agenge kaning'ololi kotomo sait agenge ak dakikosiek 14 among'u ale kakoik nguni sait agenge ak dakikosiek 12 asikonai biikab emoni tilet nekonu kapkirwok neo en emoni noton ko nebo Supreme Court kotinygei ak angot ko kikilewen en oret nenyolu president noton elect noton ko Dr. William Samoei Ruto en county nebo Bomet ole en piretab kura nekokiyai ko kikoikochi kosubet en oleo inendet nekikilewen noton ko Daktari Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Ko en Ruto nomiten kebeberta noton nebo stage en Bomet ele ngemwa ane ko momi kasit. Mi ngweny kasit en betutab raini, mwany kaorogenchi biik ak biik chebendi kobendi cho mabendi ele loo. So ngemwa ane sabarisiek chekitokyingei komosta nebo Nairobi komi ngweny, kemwa sabarisiek chetokyingei Western Kenya kora komi ngweny, lakini chebo Bomet Kericho, Bomet Narok, Bomet Kaplong ko chetesetai niker ko choton ele miten. Ko en ireton kemiten ak amuch amwa ale chechang en ichek ko biik chemoneni anan chetononjin komositon bo stage niton bo Bomet. Ak amoche kekas ak ichek kele ne expecteni ak ichek anan ne kit neigeni en betutab raini. Wendi kebeberta nebo Supreme Court kondochin Justice Martha Koome ak iko lo koek tisab tugul ko ne yema kotile ko ne kin expecten ichek ak yebata noton ko ne saenywan en komositon bo Bomet. Aman amen wirto nemiro amai mwoe kityo kile kaineng'ung ko ng'o ak iyoe komosta ainon en stage nebo Bomet.
En kainutikchu kekuronon Bernard Arap Koech, a dereva ne operateni Bomet ka Narok. Ko ngemwa manit ko kokebunu ng'woninwek chechang nia. Matinye kiprutoinik rabinik amarutoito. Ako kii ne ki-expecteni en Supreme Court ko kitangasan William Ruto koik the 5th president nebo Kenya asikokenyorun koik rahisi sobet en echek. En echek kiale mwanik en beit nemi barak ako maikuitos kiprutoinik kole kale ng'alekab mwanik.
So en saeng'ung'et yewendi kokonu Supreme Court tilet ko ne expecteni koik meng'indetab Bomet?
Kina expecteni koik chip ng'alekab maisha. Kialen unga bei nekali, kialen mwanik, kialen kit agetugul bei nekali. Kit nemakiale kityo ko kabuset inegen.
Mising noton ko somenyin yekekas ko kamwa kole ine kokose maot kit kole mabot komonut en tilet nekekonu, tilet nekose kityo tait ko kowek sobet normal kosubkei ak inendet kokekas kole kit nemakiale en nguni ko kabuset ako ekos kialany. Mongen miten kora werto nemiten ro amache imwowe kaineng'ung okinye ak imwowech ile iyoe komosta ainon.
Okay, kekuron Edwin Langat ane aenge viongozi chebo stage row chekitononjin rutitab Nairobi. Kosibkei ak betutab raini ko kiboiboi kabisa, makibai kasit ran, kakikonugei ane kele kimoe kibur kekas anan ketach ruling nebo Supreme Court en betutab raini. Ko kitinye kayanet ak ketinye kamang'unet kele wendi koborostewech kora tuguk chemiach. Noton kikonye kiborostewech the president elect noton ko William Samoei Ruto. Kikonye sikechangilian anan sikeboiboensen ko ki biikab stage. Yeah.
En komosta ng'ung'et ko une kasit en kasarito tugul kotesetai ng'alekab kotini ak kesiniton.
Okay, kingonam election ak keba ng'alekab keba kotini ko kiwo kasit ng'oi mising kosibkei makitinye biik rabisiek ako matakotembean biik as usual. So kiwo ng'oi ng'alekab mung'aret ako matakokany biik kotembean mising amun kiiywechin kit neu emet.
So en nguni saeng'ung ko ne yeibata niton ko ndakonu nguni ruling kotini kole kakonundo ko ne saeng'ung?
Saenyun nguni nekisoe nguni ko korulen kotini tuguk chemiachen ko kimong'u kele wendi emet kokoronitu ako boiboikitu biik akotestai mung'aret kama kawaida akotestai kalyet kenyoru mung'aret ketestai biashara akonyo ng'wony uchumi amun sobet nemi nguni ko ya sobet en nguni mi barak uchumi. Kimuche ketestai komie.
Mising noton ko agenge en kale inendet mon kityo kaker keinyon alen itinye ng'olyon inokun anan ng'o netindoi ng'olyon inye nyon matiroriba bas ng'o kaineng'ung?
Kainet kekuron Julius Arap Yebusit. Among'u ale wendi komie lewenisiet. Ibwe. Asante sana.
Kongoi akere kora chito nemire kasinyinet ko kangamwa kityo kole ngoib William kityo kole notok ng'ole ko maoni kora maoni. Amai mwa kaineng'ung?
Okay, kongoi mising. Okay, kongoi mising ane kekuron Frederick anan ko raia en stage. Amwoe ane ale okay matokech kakobit kemoche chotok ak kobit kalyet korok en ano en Bomet. Ane abo William Arap Ruto. Okibir kura komie. So kingebirchi kura bondoni ko kalyan Azimio nekikokolele meker olino bichu choket en yuno matkonyo amu kichoren kila kilyan ine. Kalyan machorsa akine. So kokamwoe ale kimoche kalyet momoche boriet en Bomani ama kimoche ng'alek kele komosin noni. Kimoche kalyet kotestai biashara komie, kotestai matatu komie. lainit age tugul kotestai komie. Kongoi mising.
Kongoi matite mwalale batenyu. Nyo mwae niro akimwa kainengung.
En kainutik kikuren steadily masoi. En ngalekab lewenisiet ko kokimi ne komie kikakilewenishe komie. Kikitinye kikakilewenishe komie. William ine kongen kole mi komie ibe ngecheret. Sa en karon en ngalekab en ele Narok ak Nairobi. Yeah.
Kongoi mising kaker kamwa kabisa kole saenyinet ko koker kole ako biikab stage komatokimit kebeberta nebo kotab legetyo. Ana miten chi nemiten ireu nemuche komwa kucha nyon ireu nyon representative niko akimwa stage leyae ak kainengung. Sasa mngalala.
En kainutik kekurenon Chelangat Sharon ak ami stage nebo Bomet ak Maimai en Narok.
Yes. En nguni ketesetai une kasit nguni kongeten kotoige lewenisiet akoi raini mising ko en okwek yo komosta nebo Maimai.
En nguni any kongeten kinam kele kakiba kora Supreme Court kowo matakenab line ine yani makitinye line amun kebare keyai kele alatot kole ak ingen isa kinye ile lazima kiorogeso maechegen chemenye emoni kimigis. So nibare inab line en ireyu ko itinye orogenet. Lakini akoi nguni ketinye komongunet kele akoi kewekte ngecheranan nenyonet.
Kongoi mising noton. Mi werto nebirota ine en mali. Amai mwa kainengung akinye akimwa.
Kainenyu en Bomet kekurenon Toto ana konam kosobe. Kit agenge nomamwa asomine Supreme Court. Ye kakosulda ko keret bondonoto. Usukul. Ngap kokoim buch okikibir kura. Kit age kora ko kimi komie makere ot kole kingo kake kobwa Chibukati kole President Arap Ruto komabit boriet en Kenya mzima. Kabisa.
Bore Mr. Age Kostoindet anan chi nekere ketesiet nebo Kass en betutab raini kakiwangunen weron kale kikuren kainenyin nam kosobe ako kurengee Toto kale Toto valen koikoi kasubet Toto. Itinye ngolion akinye imamwa? Akere kaibaibait amamwa.
Kainenyun kekuron Wesley Cheruyot neming'unen olimbo Kong'oti. Tam kemi ak bichu stage yu. Aleloti polepole. Asiroti kitabut akere bichu ale mayachen. Alenjini che William koya Jehova chemyachen ak akosulda tuguk tugul. Kongoi sikiberuro akikanaptak.
Kongoi mising sikakoi weron ako representen special groups ako kakari kabisa lamiten koyoche ke representen akine asimakiiku biased en ele kakimwaita. Ko kounoniton kekas ko chitab Kalenjin ko saetab mising ko biik cheyoe komosta nebo stage ichek cheyoe matato chemuti biik ngeten komosta age akoi age ko kowek emet normal asikotestai mung'arosiek amun sobenywan kotiengei kiprutoinik kongeten ngebir kura komwoe kole makobendi biik mekoyoe rutoito non kibendi oleloo kosubkei ak nomiten kimuguleldo non kikuren Katamo kole biik man kibendi kolyonen. Ngandan komwoe kongoi ichek kole kibit kalyet kingibarasta kele kakobelis Dr. William Ruto akoik president elect ak saenywan ko yeibata raini ruling anan tilet nebo kapkirwok neo kowek emet ole tam kou asikotestai mung'arosiek. Ko kong'eten nguni amun ole kakong'et minitisiek chemekobeku sait agenge kemoche kityo kebekita kele kidogo yekibata noton kebit tilet keker kora kele mwoe ne bichuton kora yekakekon tilet. So en saa 7 olon kemiten komositon bo stage ak komoswek alak chebo Bomani asikobit kekas kele mwoe ne bichuton kotinygei ak tilet nekonu kapkirwok neo nebo Supreme Court en betutab raini. Ko kong'eten county niton bo Bomet amache awekun soet Stanley Bore asikobit itestai ak sirikab logoiwek alak kobun komoswek cheterter kemiten komositon ak kanendet ak Festus Rono alelen kityok kimnotet naen.
Ako mising Sylvester Rono ak meng'ikanan chebo Bomet che miten icheket en kagenisiet noton neo En sait aeng ak dakikoshek ang'wan chemi tai koyoton ko ile konu ng'alalenywan kapkirwok noton nebo barak nebo Supreme Court 1 hour 4 minutes chelinda sobit kokon icheket ng'alalenywan en betut noton nebo tilet noton ko judgment ne nywanet en raini ak logoiwek alak chekakotestai ko en nguni ko noton ko nekikeni sait aeng ak dakikoshek somok che nan sait aeng ak dakikoshek somok chelinda en komoswek choton che kere kotelelen kapkirwok ko ng'alekab 50% plus 1 vote kile tos kitita noton nekikibarasta president elect konyorchigei 50% plus 1 vote. IBC technology ng'alekab servers mi chito nekichutyi ng'alekab servers division nekibit terchinet en commissioners anan chebo IBC kele en commissioners anan en commissioners kotos teleli anan ite ibono boisienywan noton nebo commission en commissioners ang'wan chebo IBC anan commissioners ang'wan chekimanda kole makiyoni komwa kole kikikonech kityo kobit kartasisiek kikisomani walutik kikisomani kole ko maiyan icheket nonitet nikikitebsen kele boisietab commissioners ko ne yemiten National Returning Officer NRO nechebukati en ng'echeret nebo president kotos telelen yebono niton ko boisionik chebo commissioners alak en commission ak the process nekakile tos kimiten yeking'amata kibarasta constituencies 27 ako kiib terchinet kingisipto constituencies niton ko 8 electoral areas kele tuno beri kura en betut age amun kikamuch kotuyogei kartasisiek karon chebo biret noton nebo kura kele so en betut age tos kichangia noton en ng'alekab voter suppression kit noton neko magat noton neko samutik anan prayers chebo keberta noton nebo petitioners kole keker 50% plus 1 vote go tos William Ruto ko kiit noton ko 50% plus 1 vote niton ko constitutional threshold nekimagat ko tos kiit yoton ak tos rejected ballots kenyalu ketesta en final tally asobit kiit niton ko percentage noton nebo 50% ak 1 vote. En IBC technology tos une kimwa bet noton nebo tebutik anan chekiteben kele tos IBC servers cheking'alalen akobo ng'alekab server ak Kimskit ko komong kainetab chito nebo Venezuela nekikuren Jose Camargo kele kimiten en kwenuyan ko kit nemagat Supreme Court kobit kokon anan noton kikokas ak ityo kokon tilet kole tos iman kele kimiten chito nekachutyi ng'alekab servers kowal niton ko kokon variance and variances en kwenutab upload results ak physical forms. Miten terchinet age tugul physical forms ak uploaded results chemiten en portal chekikere biik tugul en emet noton nebo Kenya. IBC division ng'alekab terchinet en IBC and commissioners chebukat inendet ko Presidential Election Returning Officer NRO ko the role nenyinet boisienyin inendet ko nyolu kobois kibagenge ak commissioners alak. The 4 commissioners ondochin deputy chairperson Juliana Cherera akimwa icheket kole oye kikikonech kityo kartasit kele oine kartasit abosoman kele makiker ng'alekab verification tallying alak keboisie tugul en kibagenge ako ne boisietab commissioners en commission koyoe boisienywan akoi ano yon tos bekyin ano boisienywan en yoton. The process kikisub process komie results kobun 27 constituencies tos illegal kiamat ke kabarasta nebo ngecheret Wafula Chebukati final tally kotomo kobit ketesta kurainik chebo 27 constituencies. Kimwa keberta noton nebo IEBC kole kiyakeyai verification and tallying and verification. Akole kini ng'et kityo ko konget commissioner ngot ko marjan akwa microphone akosoman kole ndabuch boisionik chun alak ko kiyakeyai kole kunoton ko kimi hesabu chebo 27 constituencies in the final tally noton nekiborosto Wafula Chebukati. Ako ak kingisipto ana kay postponement nebo 8 electoral areas kotos niton ko kiimuch kosuppressen voter turnout. Chekinae en daikosiek konom ak sisit chemitai agen nguni agonin abitodestai ak kabarastoik kora Samson Kurgat koboto Lea Komen Kimboi en nguni nemutech en daikosiek konom ak sisit chemitai agoi kechut olimbo Supreme Court. Niton ko Kass TV lewenisiet 2022 neite let imuch koit let kotiengei tilet noton nebo IEBC en betut noton nebo arani.
Assalamu alaikum. Siku ya leo tuko katika kaunti ya Kwale. Takriban watu 800 leo watapokea usaidizi wetu kwa hisani ya Lotto Foundation. Kwa hivyo ambatana na mimi siku ya leo tuone hali vipi.
Iko mbaya sana baba. Iko mbaya hali. Iko mbaya. Njaa tu.
Tunashukuru kwa grupu ya Tuliani Kayamba.
Nashukuru kupata msaada kidogo, unaweza kunisaidia kidogo.
Waizidi na imani hiyo hiyo.
Asante sana kwa Lotto, manake imebadilisha maisha, imetugusia maisha yetu na leo tunalala watu tofauti.
Na bwana nashukuru na Mungu akubarikieni.
As long as we go with that theme that ukicheza kila mtu ni mshindi, we will also continue to support.
Kwanza na wafurahikia sana, nataka tena wakija wanikumbuke mimi mzee wao.
Thank you for your help. Together, we are changing lives. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Kimitei agobo inye ago kimita siginetkei kibaibaitgei ak kinoisechigei tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.kasstv.co.ke. Kass TV, kimnotet nai.
Faith Kipyegon with the performance of a lifetime. She's the two-time 1500-meter Olympic champion.
Track, Love spins, fires, and scores. Otieno handing off defenders for fun.
And it's going to be a Kenyan 1-2.
Alexander-Arnold. Oh, brilliant! Absolutely magnificent goal. Bouncing all the way to the edge of the 6-yard box and turned in. And Kenya in front with just over 2 minutes played.
Nasty collision into the tyre barriers. Max Verstappen getting out of the car.
Yes, Sula, how are you? I am very fine, Inspector. Inna baby. I'm in maternity. How is you guys daktari wala? Daktari wakunga. Wakunga hii. Alia. Wananikosea heshima kabisa, Inspector. Alia. Na kwenda wakifike hii. Sababu kuchukua kujirejesha kata Inspector. Maboya jawa matiani. Exactly. Kabisa kwenda kienda nasari. Sagili wacha gai nasari. 3 days. Acha tula manamba zugulu. Bagai daktari wakazinywa. Acha.
Asinyoro nasari kuigisikiza tune ngungi. Itil star 860 star 842 hash. Kass kokimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
Omojuko shone ni chaki chama ninukile kwa chori ngokie lakini chonke moyo kweli nebo Mungu kwa machori ngokiana kukimikishe kumakaititani mitu kole ngwango kaitititeni ngokieni misini okumoje kulokuchini lokini kukukala imachedia nanyu onyaza nisikumiloli kumoto thinya kaneole mara koburiki oniko keshe ko imenote mi komatali chitu kulibata pokuri nini kuloije kuri nyungu mingo kieloli ondikitu ilimite ngokeni biko kunikeri manene o prasis kokwachude ne osinyorchige ngokiet kuikisikiza tunisi mengungo bomorichi le star 860 star 836 ash.
Kass kokimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
Netesetai kipindi neinegen en bororietab Kalenjin, kipindi nemiten barak kimnotet ak boiboiyetu. Konin boroindo inai kobo tienik ak tienwogikwak. Kongeten sait aeng nebo koskolen agoi sait angwan nebo kemoi. Omiten na Jackie Arusei.
Tita Kalenjin tesetai tetutetab hashtag nenetesetai.
Nenetesetai kipindi neiboiboitin mutyo en kila Friday.
There's no other monkey.
Megosaniger nenetesetai asina ile hii netesetai in Kass TV.
The youth haven't been given their space to speak out and air out what they want.
Nilembo huko tu kuna like they are beautiful boys and
it is probably the most misunderstood generation.
In the morning we woke up at 6 but tulifika shule saa 2.
This timetable mnatolewa HT, what is that? Hey.
The things that the youth are doing, they are not appreciated.
In fact, in the morning I was telling Ben, it is 10,000. So you mean I'm more?
Chamgei kabatindet. Kibwag logoiwek chemyache agobo Deland Solar Pumps chebo irrigation kobun Fine Touch Africa Limited. Deland Solar Pumps koboishe lapkeiyetab asista kocher kimnatetab sitimet. Solar Pumps chutok kobitu eng sizes cheterter cheimuch kebirune beek eng ainet anan ko eng borehole. Eng Fine Touch Africa Limited kora kealdei kiyae installations ak ineti kabatik agobo tugukab drip irrigation, sprinklers, button drippers irrigation, rainhose irrigation, greenhouses, agricultural nets, pond liners, lawns irrigation, pipeinikab beek ak fittings koboto water pumps ak alak cheterter. Eng Eldoret kenyorwech eng Nakuru Road, kokesir ainetab Sosiani. Eng Nakuru anyone kemite industrial area, let nebo Gido Plaza. Eng Kitale kemite ole nekite showground roundabout. Eng Bomet inyorwech eng Bomet Narok Road. Ngot itinye tebut anan ko ng'olyot age tugul, ibirwech simet eng namba 0700 169 962 anan irutaje eng website at Fine Touch. We make it green.
Kimitei agobo inye ako kimita sikinetkei kibaibaitkei ak kinoisechigei tuguk cheterter chetesetai eng emetab Kenya ak emotinwek chebo sang. Inyorwech eng DSTV channel 266, Zuku channel 19, GoTV channel 099, Star Times channel 164, Pang eng free to air, Bamba free to air, Azam channel 336 koboto online streaming eng www.kasstv.co.ke. Kass TV kimnatet.
Faith Kipyegon with the performance of a lifetime. She's the two-time 1500-meter Olympic champion.
Track, Love spins, fires, and scores.
Otieno handing off defenders for fun.
And it's going to be a Kenyan 1-2. Alexander-Arnold. Oh, brilliant! Absolutely magnificent goal. Bouncing all the way to the edge of the 6-yard box and turned in. And Kenya in front with just over 2 minutes played.
Nasty collision into the tyre barriers. Max Verstappen getting out of the car.
Yes, Sula, how are you? I am very fine, Inspector. Ina nawaza baby. Ami maternity. Au sili au daktari wala? Daktari wakunga. Wakunga hii. Alia. Wananikosea nyuma kabisa Inspector. Alia. Na kwenda wakifike hii. Sababu tunasa kujirejesha kata Inspector. Bafoya jawa matiani. Exactly. Kabisa kwenda kenda nasari. Agile wacha gai nasari. 3 days. Acha tu la manamba zugul. Bagay daktari wakakunywa. Acha.
Asinyoru nasari kuigisikiza tune ngungi ichil star 860 star 842 hash. Kass ko kimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
moju go shone ni kagi chama nenu ile kwa jodo ngokie lakini chonke mo kweli ni bo Mungu ko ma jodo ngokiana kugimiki shi kuma kaitita nyimi tu ko le ngwango kaititi ni ngokie ni sini okumoju kulokuthi ni lokini ukukala imachedia nanyu onyaza nisikumiloli kumoto thinya kaneole mara ko buriki oniko ngishe ko imenothi mi komatali chitu kulibata fokudi nyini kulo ije kudi nyungu mingo kieloli ondi bituwile miteni ngokeni biko kunikiri manene o Francis kokwajude ne
osinyorchigei ngokiet koikisikiza tunisi mengungo bomorichile star 860 star 836 ash
Kass ko kimnatetab comedians ak tienik tugul.
Agatin chitab kalenjin agatochin eng tetutieni asikobit ketesentai panganutik tugul chotok chetesetai eng betutab raini naile kebeberta nitok nekimite kobo tetutiet notok nebo ilosu nganda amu en verdict notok nebo Supreme nemakotestai eng sait lo ko notok kimite yu eng betutab raini asikobit keibun ngalalet notok nebo agenge eng agenge kongete komasta notok nebo Supreme Court kainenyu kolea Kemboi Komen ako kimite ak inendet kabarastaindenyo ne kakoek tayari kabisa en set asikobit kora komwaiwechkei inendet asikobit ketestai kibagenge. Karibu sana.
Kongoi missing kaineni ko Samson Kurgat kimite kimwae kongoi kot missing eng betutab ra niko kasarta noto nebo tetutiet noto nebo kasilaso ako amu kou ye kakomwa Lea Kemboi Komen kole kikini tilet noto nebo Supreme Court eng betutab ra netetat koyaak eng sait lo nebo bet. Ko eng nguni kebendi kengalale tu ngalek cheterchin ak cheterchin ako kora kemwoe kelen oye ingotunen kalyet eng olda age tugul ole mitei eng betutab rani onishan ole mitei kalyet angen ale mitei mara chi kokoigenchigei len newendi kobelishe ko anom ko ngot ko Raila anan ko noto ko president elect noto Dr. William Ruto ko kibendi sikenai eng betutab rani ako ngot yekenai ngot komasir chito ne mara koi supporteni ko iyan ile kakotil kapkirwok noto nebo Supreme Court eng betutab rani ko le amitei kakemwa ile mitei tienwogik che mara sikecheng choto chekebute amu kiamdoi kora eng betutab ra keamdoi kalyet kityo eng betutab rani ko le mitei yakishen ole kotebi eng oret noto nekararan ako kakisom biikab boror kelechi oye pokase akokene walutik choto chebunu Supreme Court eng olimbo gaa olin komatibi tembean eng olimbo town anan angot kometinye shughuli alak tugul ko Lea manget ale tos ngo anyun judges chetile kapkirwok chetile eng kapkirwok noto nebo Supreme Court eng betutab rani.
Yes, kongoi missing Kurgat. Notok neindochin charges chotok chemite Supreme Court ko inendet President notok Martha Koome, mite kora notok Philomena Mwilu, Smokin Wanjala, mite Isaac Lenaola, ako mite kora Mohamed Ibrahim koboto icheket chotok chekere kole katil kesit eng betutab raini mite William Ouko ako mite kora Njoki Ndung'u. Agora en komasta notok ki eng betutab oin ko kingong'ololi biik chotok chekitelelchin kebeberwek cheterter eng kirwoget notok nekikokiib kwa Supreme Court ko eng komasta notok nebo Azimio la Umoja ko kiindochin notok James Orengo ako eng komasta notok nebo Kenya Kwanza ko kiindochin notok Fred Ngatia. Ak anyun kikiib kapkirwok kirwoget notok kingokakibarasta Dr. William Kipchirchir Samoei Ruto koek president elect ko kiesho Azimio la Umoja kole maimukak kole mitei tuguk chotok che mogiti amu eng biretab kura ko kimagat eng president elect ko kaityi kurainik chotok chebo 50+1 ko kurgat kotaiarorwech ortinwek chotok chekiityi ana tuguk chotok chekikiib koba kapkirwok kemwa kele maimuch konyor ana makimuchi kibarasta president elect notok William Ruto koek kandoindetab emoni.
Oi mitei ng'alek choto anan kingoib kesit kebeberta noton nebo Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition ko kimwa tuguk choto chechang kole kikichorso kale kikichor kuraishek choto chebo Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga ako kale kora kikiboishe technology noton nekiboishe IEBC kale komayai kasit koitita ako kamwa kole kora kimitei biik chekibunu sang olin chemara ko kiinterfere anan ko kiyai tuguk choto chekiptupatoi ak ng'atutikab emet kotko affectan results choto chekimitei chekimong'u eng polling centers. Ko kingokakeib kapkirwok kesit noto ko kibit kimi kesishek biik karibu anan kosubkei mitei organizations ako mitei biik cheterchin chekiib kesishek ako biik chekiib kesishek ko kesishek 9 chekikiib koba kapkirwok ko kingekakoingian kokakeib kotini kipunguzan koek 8 tatya ko kingokakoit ng'alechoto kapkirwok malalamishi anan tuguk choto chekitindoi chekikamwa komaswek choto kikaib kesishek ko kimwa kole kimi tuguk chekibit eng kasarta noto nekikiyoe lewenishet ako mi tuguk karibu 9 chekimwa kapkirwok nebo Supreme Court kole kibendi kekere yekiyoe kesini komutai kotile kosubkei ak tukyoto 9 ako kit agenge eng tukyoto 9 choto chekilewen anan chekilewen kapkirwok noto nebo Supreme Court ko kimwa kole kimeche kenai ngotko kinyor 50+1 votes Dr. President elect Daktari William Samoei Arap Ruto ko tuguk alak ko kikimwa kele kimeche kero kora kit age nebo oeng ko kimwa kole kimeche kenai ngotko kibit makoseshek anan kibit kaimutik anan ko chorset nekiyai kotko mara ko kiaffectan results choto chebo Raila Odinga amu kosubkei ak komasta noto nebo Azimio ko kimwa kole kikichor kuraishek chechang ko kito noto nekikiyai kapkirwok nebo Supreme Court ko amu kikakon polling stations komasta noto nekiibe kesit kokon polling stations chechang chekibwotyin kole kiibit makoseshek anan kibit chorsetab kuraishek ako kitil kapkirwok keyai kiit kora kuraishek eng polling stations 15 ako eng choto 15 ko eng report noto nekibunu registrar noto nebo Supreme Court ko kimwa kole eng kuraishek kebunu chekikiit eng polling stations 15 chekimite ballot boxes karibu 41 kale mabit makosa age tugul ako results anan kuraishek chekikiit ko chekikakisir eng form 34A chekikokikochi agents ako kiaki-uploaden kora eng portal noto nebo IEBC.
Ko notok kurgat yekitesetai kikeni tilet notok nebo Supreme Court ne kakobarasta kole eng sait lo chuto ko dakikaishek 34 chekakong'et en inguni sikobit keker kikao notok nebo Supreme Court kondochin notok President Martha Koome ne icheket koibu tilet notok eng sait lo. Ako eng kebeberwek cheterter eng yuto bo Nairobi komite oret notok ne kakiker notok nekimache sikeibun eng screen iker ile oret notok ne kakiker ko komosta ingiro kong'ete yun bo Haile Selassie Kenyatta Avenue komite kebeberta yotok ole kakiker akora eng komosta notok ne joineni kobunu NSSF yotok bo Ngong Road komite kora ole kakiker ko notok kityo ikere eng screen ile oret komaswek kebeberwek chotok che kakiker ko kakibarasta kele kikere saisiek 2 kotomo koit kasarta notok ne kiborostoi ana keibu tilet notok eng kapkirwok notok nebo Supreme.
Ko eng betutab ra ko igere kosubkei ak notice noton nekokikochi biikab boror ko kokimwa kele First Ngong Avenue opposite NHIF ko kakile makikochi chamchinet karishek akot biik kobun oranato. Ako kora oret noto nebo Cathedral Road, Milimani Ngong Road, kale newendi kot koit Milimani Court komasta noton nekiyae nekokiyae kirwoget noton nekoba ngalekab petition chebo presidential ko kakiker kora ko oret noton ortinwek choton chetokyingei Supreme Court ko kakiker tugul kele komabit chemarget chemara koib biikab boror.
Ko eng kebeberwek cheterter igere kora ile kitinye kabarastoik choke chemite standby asikobit koker kora kole kaitu ngalalet nebo agenge eng agenge ako kitinye kabarastoindet nyo nebo logoiwekab emet notok ko Nicholas Lelei komite asikobit koibwech kit netesetai eng komosatak ako koite sait lo ne en inguni ko kong'ete dakikaishek 32 kityo asikobit ketau kenyoru tilet notok nebo Supreme Court eng betutab raini amu kokibarasta kele kong'etege sait lo. Kitinye kora kogei komite taunit notok nebo Eldoret, mitei Sylvester Rono ak Festus eng taunit notok nebo Bomet. Eng komosta notok nebo Nakuru komite Duncan Kigen asikobit koker kora kole kit nekatestai eng komosatak nebo kityo kiborostoi komite kora icheket standby asikobit kora koibwech keret notok nebo biikab boror kotinygei ak tilet notok nebo Supreme Court eng betutab raini. Mongen angot ko mitei kabarastoindet nyo Nicholas Lelei angot ko tayari inendet ko sikobit komosta notok nebo Supreme Court. Mitei kora Cyril Chepsiror eng county notok nebo Nandi. Konaiseun ale mitei kabarastoik choke standby asikobit kora kokon keret notok nebo biikab boror eng betutab raini kotinygei ak kit notok netesetai nebo kowendi Supreme Court koborostoi tilet eng betutab raini. Cyril Chepsiror imite county notok nebo Nandi amang'u ale imite ibaibai eng betutab raini ako amache kityo akonin soet asikobit imwaiwech ile une keretab biikab boror eng komosta notok nebo county nebo Nandi. Cyril?
Kongoi missing Samson ak Claire kimite nguno eng taunetab Kapsabet ole eng kasarta nenwach kong'ete nguno kimong'u kele iborostoi kapkirwok tilet anan petition nekikikoito kotinygei ak lewenisiet nebo president nekikiyai eng tarik 9 arawani ole eng inguni ko eng taunetab Kapsabet kotesetai boisionik tugul kou kotugul ako kemong'e chemung'arainik chechang eng taunetab Kapsabet asikomuch kotestai boisionikwak kobor kole tinye icheket kayanet kapkirwok nebo Supreme Court kole bendi koyoe imanda missing ko kotinygei ak kesit notok kiwendi ketile eng betutab rani. Kimitei ak alak eng meng'ikab county nebo Nandi eng taunetab Kapsabet chekimeche kityo komwoiwech kole tos kereng'wa kotinygei ak tiletab Supreme Court eng betutab rani kou ne ako tos tinye kayanet Supreme Court kole wendi koyoe imanda ako kamang'uneng'wa ko ne, taune kainet ak imwoiwech ole ibunu.
Kigurno Stanley Aramuten mabunu Kapsabet. Kameche amwa kityo ale kibwotyini Supreme Court nenyo nebo Kenya kotil kosubkei ak imanit kokokas kong'ete oin wikit agenge anan betusiek 14 chekokosirto kokosei maswek tugul kolalamishi ichek cheko defendani chebo IPC kibwotyini kele IPC ko kiyai kasinnywan nemie. Amache amwa ale biretab kura nekikibir tarik 9 arawetab 8 ko biretab kura netomo keboronchin eng Kenya msima nekimyeit kosir tugul. Kameche kityo amwa kora ale kingen kele president nenyo William Samoei Ruto elect kebendi keconformen inendet eng kapsabet chu ak Kenya msima kou ole kikertoi kotesetai boisioni komie. Mami chemarget age tugul nekiboronchi eng tarik 9 baada ya kebir kura. Ayin tugul ko ng'ololi kapkirwok anan kekase kesit nekiib komostab Azimio ko kobaibai emet tugul. Baibai akot nguno ki age tugul nekakitil. Asa mising achek kemitei Nandi ak region ini kibwotyini kele kiaboldeni pweet nebo president elect William Samoei Ruto ako noto neboibochin chitugul. Yeibata ko boiboiyet age tugul nemab koboiboitu biik komakimeche sikekwasan mugulelwek chebo biik alak meboiboitu kosir amenere kora kosir amu kimaswek tugul kotureni chito age. Kameche kityo ale amu Mwenyezi Mungu nekikolumda kandoik chekokobit ameche kesa kou noto sikosuldae kapkirwok eng betutab rani ako nematiny kowendi emenyo nemakomite tofauti age tugul nebo kabila eng Kenya msima ak wendi tai kou noto. Kongoi.
Angeker eng taonitab Kapsabet ko kemongei chemung'arainik ako chang meng'ikab county nebo Nandi chemitei taonitab Kapsabet koyoe boisionikwak cheterter. Tos iboru ne nitok eng tilet newendi ketile eng betutab rani?
Ole kamang'undo biik kwai boisionikwak mami chi nekatobot kole ngaker agen ketil kobor kole tilet age tugul nekitil eng betutab rani komanome chi anan maaffecteni chi age tugul. Kokoyan eng mugulelwek biik kole tilet nekakitil ngetil ak keabolden lumdaetab William Samoei elect noto Arap Ruto kwo tai emet ak kiapishan inendet eng betusiek 7. Ngomwa kapkirwok komasta nin age kole kiweksei election in the next 60 days kora ko ki tayari kebir kura nemakitinye chemarka age tugul ko tayari biik kora kopir kura yeibata betusiek choto ako kwai president noto nywan netinye muguleldo eng tun yekeibata betusiek choto.
Kongoi mising kimite kora ak agenge eng meng'ikab county nebo Nandi mwoiwech kaineng'ung ak imwoiwech keret tos imong'u kotil ne kapkirwok eng betutab rani saisiek chemokosire sait agenge ak dakikainik 20 chemite tai.
Kongoi mising Cyril Chepsiror ak fraternity nebo Kass Media Group. Ngaine kekurenon Sambai Silas Suge, resident nebo county nebo Nandi. Abunu Kilipani ward ako akiboityo eng Kapsabet town. Ngiker dalili kikamwa chi nebo Kiswahili kole dalili ya mvua kwa mawingu. Ngiker emet kou yumi mitei kalyet emet kasisha biikab county nebo Nandi komie mi boisionikwak kwae kasisiekwak 1 2 3. Supreme Court nebo rani ki-expectani komong declaration ne favor ni bikyok ako favor ni president elect noto ko in Daktari Arap Ruto ko kigeni komie ak kiboiboen kikere peace eng emet baibai emet mi boiboiyet ak kila kitu komie kemwoe kele kongoi mising.
Kongoi mising kimite kora ak agenge eng meng'ikab county nebo Nandi ng'o kaineng'ung ako tos kereng'ung kotinygei ak tiletab Supreme Court ne kitile eng kasarta nenwach kong'ete nguno ne kereng'ung?
Rani kemwochin kelechi kotuiyo emet tugul mat kole chito nin amu kobirwo bichu anan kobirwo chu alake chu kometo chun. So we bring in the issue nebo one community ak the whole country saketestai kibagenge eng emetab Kenya. Kongoi mising.
Kongoi mising chotok walak eng meng'ikab county nebo Nandi chekakokon kerenwa kotinygei ak tilet nekimong kotil kapkirwok nebo Supreme Court eng kasarta kong'ete nguni ole kakomwa ichek kole tinye kayanet kapkirwok nebo Supreme Court koker kole kaimanda ak kikochi mising ko chotok koibelchingei ng'echeretab president ak nenywanet anan imandanywa mising ko keker kele kakirib imanda nebo birikab kura eng emetab Kenya. Kityo ngeker eng meng'ikab county nebo Nandi chekabwa taonitab Kapsabet kochang meng'ikab county nebo Nandi chemite taonitab Kapsabet ako boibochin ichek mising boisionikwak chetesetai en betutab rani akole ichek motinye kayweisiet age tugul kotinygei ak tiletab Supreme Court nekimong'u en betutab rani kasarta nenwach ak ketesetai kisubi logoiwek chuto en taonitab Kapsabet asikeker kele kakiibu agenge logoiwek cheng'ete taonitab Kapsabet missing ko boiboiyet ngot kwo kot ketil kele kaki upholden kabelishetab William Ruto kele inendet ne kibelis en lewenisiet nekikiyai en tarik 9 arawetab 8. So kimeche kiwech kityo studio soet konyo studio asikemuch ketestai kisub logoiwek chotok kong'ete taonitab Kapsabet studio.
Kongoi missing kong'ete county nebo Nandi ko notok kabarastaindenyo nebo logoiwek Cyril Chepsiror ko kurgat en komosta notok nebo Supreme Court ko mwaat kele ana kakomwaiwech ana kikere eng pichainik chotok chetesetai koitwech en nguni ko kakonam koit ogiliek chotok koite komosta notok nebo Supreme Court.
Ko ye kakomwaiwech reporter nenyo notok ko Nicholas Lelei komitei ak Linus Rob ko kamwa kole eng olimbo Supreme Court kale security komi barak kot missing ale kakihakikishan kele mitei asikarik chotok mi polisiek chebo kawaida mitei GSU chemitei ak faraisisiek ak security ko kakile komi barak eng betutab rani noton netetat ketil tilet noton nebo kapkirwok nebo Supreme Court noton nebo election petition noton nekiib komosta noton nebo Azimio la Umoja One Kenya ak biik alak choton cheitei karibu 9 ko eng betutab rani kimeche sikenyoru noto Nicholas Lelei kong'ete olimbo Supreme Court sikenai kele tos ne netesetai eng betutab rani anan eng dakikaishek tutikin yoto tom koit sait lo noto nebo bet asikobit kenyoru kekas kele tos mwae ne kapkirwok noto nebo Supreme Court eng betutab rani. Eng pichaishek yoto chekokere eng nguni ko pichaishek yoto cheiboru biik choton chebendi eng komasi yoto ko Milimani Court ole kokiboisie amu ingen Lea Kemboi Komen ile Supreme Court kabisa komitei town korik choton chebo Supreme Court komi katikati nebo town lakini amu marich oloto ako kingen kele chang ogiliek chebwone ko kikany komong ako ng'alekab security kora ko kikany kele kinyikeyai komosta noto nebo Milimani Court asikobit amu barai oloto ako mitei korik chechang cheimuch koboisie Supreme keboisie koik Supreme Court noton kingen kele kotini nebo barak anan neo eng emetab Kenya. Tos ng'alekab kalyet kakemwa ile mitei tienwogik chekaichop atkai tai akere kochokto kasarta kora tugul yoto kikeni reporters chechok ako ye kakomwaiwok Lea Kemboi Komen kole mitei reporters kobun takwik cheterchin mitei reporters chechok kong'ete olimbo Bafna Serem kong'ete Trans Nzoia County mitei Valentine kong'ete Trans Nzoia County, Bafna ko kong'ete Nakuru County, mitei biik reporters chechok ak Rono kong'ete Bomet County, Rono aeng cheketinye eng Bomet County, kitinye Rono age noto nebo Narok County kora ak mitei kenyoru biik choto chebo Akinasiele eng olimbo Kericho County.
Angeker amu kiborostoi kong'ete sait lo en nguni ye aker sait ko dakikaishek 21 kityo chetakolinda asikobit ketou kenyoru tilet notok nebo kapkirwok eng betutab rani eng komosta notok nebo Supreme Court kondochin notok president nebo Supreme notok ko Martha Koome ako mitei scenarios chotok che imuch kobit eng betutab rani kurgat imuch koker ana yekitil tilet notok newendi kotile kapkirwok ko imuch kewirta imuch kibarasta ana ko scenario agetugul notok ne mongen ale angot koitun kibarasta chito notok nekamebwotchini eng betutab raini ko tos imuchi iyai ne ko notok kityo kakimwaun kele kalyet notok nemoche kotunen ako amu kokeib tuguk tugul koba kapkirwok ko kit notok nekamong ko notok nekiyani tugul ako among'u ale akotinye notok ikere eng betutab raini tilet notok nekakon kapkirwok kong'ete Supreme Court ko notok ne kebendi kiyani tugul. So eng inguni ko dakikaishek 19 kityo chetakolinda eng yo ako mitei kabarastaindet nyo nebo logoiwekab emet notok ko Nicholas Lele komitei komasta notok nebo Supreme Court ako kakebunu komasta notok nebo Nandi ko kakiker kele katunen kalyet kora eng komasatak kakebunu kora county notok nebo Bomet ko mambo iko sawa kabisa ako en inguni kemite ketieme keityi kabarastaindet nyo notok nemite taunit notok nebo Nakuru Duncan Kigen asi ingenyoru inendet kotestai kora koibwech pichait notok nebo komasta notok nebo Nakuru. En komasta notok nebo Nakuru Duncan Kigen angot ko kaieku tayari ko sikobit iarorwech ako en inguni kakimach ketakchigei kapkirwok notok nebo Supreme Court ole mitei Nicholas Lele naile dakikaishek 18 kityo che ngetunotin kotomo koit kebarasta ana kekon tilet notok eng komasta notok nebo kapkirwok. Nicholas Lele agerin ale itesetai komie ako amache kityo ikonech pichait nebo komasta notok nebo kapkirwok. Kiker kele kasis komasatak mising ko notok kityo amang'u ale amu kakiker ortinwek ko notok megere ile mitei any movement and activities ko kaek limited lakini notok Nicholas Lele neng'ung soet asikobit ikonech pichait oleu kapkirwok en inguni. Alright, kekere kele kanyor kaimutiet kitikin notok nebo muswoknotet lakini eng kasarta kitikin kong'ete nguni kekere kele kakitun en oret notok ne kararan kot mising. Kurgat scenarios chotok che imuch kotil kapkirwok eng betutab raini.
Eng betutab rani komuche kowirta kapkirwok noton nebo Supreme Court komuche kowirta kesit noton nekiib komasta noton nebo Azimio anan nekiib Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga ak biik alak chekiib kirwokonoto kwa kapkirwok olin. Agere eng inguni ale kakochobok sautit noton nebo Nicholas Lele ak ameche sawektak asikebe komasta noton nebo Supreme Court eng komasta nebo community asikobit kenai kele tos ne netesetai eng komasata. Nicholas Lele agere ogiliek chechang kot mising chebendi koingiani kapkirwok noton nebo Supreme Court. Tos ne netesetai eng inguni?
Sing kongo mising Samson Kurgat chagle komen eng studio ego yegai gereng ya ko kakotestai koitogilie kobun kebeberwek tuwai eng kirwoget ne kotestai jeshoi ak cheyoni kirwogonito ko kakotestai koitogilie kakoite ogilio nendochin kebeberta nebo Daktari William Ruto President elect inendet ko Fred Ngatia Senior Counsel akager kora Paul Mwangi kebeberta nebo Raila Odinga eng wenutab ogilie chechang chemite kebeberwek tuwai chetesetai koitu nguni dakikaishek chengeringen kotomo koit kirwogik asi kobarasta kit netesetai eng nguni kunotok ako eng kasarta nebo dakikaishek chengeringen koitu ogiliek asi kotestai kirwoget nemakokon eng tilet kit netesetai eng betune rani kunotok akonin boroindo Samson Kurgat asi tei pichaishek che tesetai koitu kong'ete studio asi kenai kele ne tesetai eng kasarta ne bendi kirwogik kokonu ak tilet eng betutab rani nga egere koitu ogiliek eng chong'indo ko betutab rani ko ng'olio nemuche kokas kityo ko mara komwa kole kongoi eng kasarta nekotestai kirwoget eng yu kobate mami kiy netokotile ogiliek nguni nyokotai kityo tiletab kirwoget ne kikekosyi eng kasartab betusiek somok ak kora baornatoshek chekikoito eng sirutikab affidavit eng taitab kapkirwok inito. Kunoto ko eng komalo ameche ameten asitestai iker atkai kora keweksei kekonin pichait neu oleu kapkirwok eng yu ko ngoitu ogilie nguni komami ogilio neng'ololchin sirikab logoiwek amu katorchinet kou eng emet komugul eng betutab rani kokas chito kit nekakotil kirwoget sabu che koit kokas kirwokoni eng kekoshek somok eng wikit nekakosirto akoi kasarta nebo betusiek aeng ne notok ko amut Jumapili akoi Jumamos kosir tilet nekonu ichek eng betutab rani. Mitei kamang'unet eng kebeberwek tuwai kongen age tugul kole ibelishei kobate kou yekamwa eng tai ko nekiame neng'utum komatile kiy neng'ati bas ko nebo kirwokichu chebwonei asikoarorwech eng oret ne inegei ole kokasta kirwokoni ako tos kobit imanda kotepto ano asikenai kele ne netesetai eng betutab rani eng tilet nekonu kapkirwok. Samson Kurgat.
Nicholas Lele imite komasta noton nebo Supreme Court of Kenya ako ole kigeni kityo dakikaishek chekakong'et ko dakikaishek karibu 13 asikobit kenyoru signal noton nebo olindo bo Supreme Court asikobit kenai kele tos ne netile kapkirwok eng betutab rani. Atkeita ile kaketeb ile tos ne scenarios cheimuch kobit eng betutab rani. Ako eng betutab rani kimuchi kewirta kesit noton nekiib komasta noton nebo Azimio la Umoja One Kenya party, coalition party, kongot kewirta kesi notok ko kakiyan kele William Samoei Arap Ruto ko kiek president ako eng oret notok ako kinyor kuraishek 50+1 ngot kewirta kesi notok. Kit age neimuch ketil eng kapkirwok eng betutab rani kimuchi kele kibit makoseshek ngot ko kibit makoseshek eng chekiro judges anan chekiro judges kole oye chuto ko kiaffectan matokeo choto chebo election anan chebo lewenisiet kongewirta kesi noto kiyoe rerun anan runoff eng betusiek 60 eng betusiek 10 komuchi kele kibendi kewektoge lewenisiet ko en kit age ko ngotko kakoit ngot kewirta kesit keweksei ko eng tarik 13 ko eng tarik 13 ko kiapishani William Samoei Arap Ruto koek president noton nebo mut nebo Kenya.
Asante Kurgat, kakinaisewech kele kakoek tayari kabarastaindenyo kong'ete taunit noton nebo Nakuru, Duncan Kigen. Amache iwe soet en nguni sikobit ikono keret nebo biikab boror eng komasta noton nebo Nakuru, Duncan Kigen, angot kikosech ko kakikonin soet en nguni.
Kongoi missing Arap Kurgat en olabo studio nebo Nairobi. Kuigemwa naman ko en nguni amiten en kanaset nebo Nakuru. Wale tesetai en kasarta nenwach komait kibarasta anan kokon tilet kapkirwok neo nebo Supreme Court en emoni kotinygei ak lewenisietab president ko mito barak missing kokenisietab meng'ikab kebebertan kotinygei ak tilanoto tetat kekonin dakikaishek alen 30 chemito tai ko Kurgat kimite ak alak en ketikab bodaboda kobunu county nebo Nakuru chekimoche kwarorwech en wakindo kotinygei ak kereng'wang anan to ibwote ichek kole to tilet nekikonu kwendi koune en kebebertan bo Nakuru. So asante sana anza na majina na tuambie expectation yako kuhusiana na ruling yenye koti inatarajiwa kutoa wakati wote kuanzia sasa.
Okay. Kwa majina naitwa George. Mimi ni mkaaji hapa Nakuru, mwana bodaboda. Kulingana na maoni yangu kama Mkenya, naona hii mambo ya kotini, naona siku ya leo Martha Koome anaweza kuwa na mambo mawili. Aidha atangaze William Ruto awekwe ndani ama tukue na jambo ya kurudia. Lakini kurudia si juu sana kulingana na economy yenye iko Kenya. Kwa maoni yangu naona kama wangeweza ama kama ingewezekana Ruto atangazwe ili maisha iweze kuendelea.
Iwapo watatoa uamuzi ya kwamba Ruto hakushinda na Wakenya watatakiwa kwenda kwenye uchaguzi, maoni yako kuhusiana na hiyo ni yapi?
Hatuwezi kataa kwa sababu unasiwa sisi wa Kenya tunanga nguvu. So ni kukubaliana na koti, lakini kwa maoni yangu mimi mwenyewe kulingana na venye Kenya imekaa na venye maisha imesimama na venye hakuna pesa, hakuna kazi, ningeomba kama wangetangaza huu bwana Mheshimiwa Ruto aendelee, kwa sababu kama Chebukati alimtangaza hakuwa amekosea. Yeye ndiye tulikuwa tumeaminia IBC na yeye ndiye chairman wa IBC, na kulingana na venye alilete makaratasi yake kotini hakuwa na jambo baya ya kusema ati kuna kitu alikuwa ameiba ama nini. Alipatiana kila kitu na wakaangalia. So kama wameona turudie, siwezi kataa, lakini ningeomba tuendelee na maisha.
Asante sana. Kurgatam kimito karaga kenge in mengi ap counter bana kuru nagmaje tu korur we jagot okatagne ko tinga yang mauna nenyen ko tinga ak telen tasat ko gun kap kirwage sai ta tul ko namen gun mo we kai ne to ne ngai na mo chi letos gere ngun ko tinga ne ton ko ne.
Okay, and ngai na ko gure non Henry Rotich ko mo le mauna ne bo court jitan munya ta mo kotini, huyo ndo tutakubali naye, tutashirikiana naye na tuendelee kufanya kazi naye. And kwa upande wangu kama ingewezekana angefaa achague William Ruto kama mwakilishi wetu kama president wetu wa Kenya. Hapo ndio maamuzi wetu tungeamua, lakini wakiamua turudie koti, hiyo ndio bado ni solution nyingine, lakini hiyo ni baadaye kama tumeamua turudie kura, na ningependelea kwa upande wangu aamue kama tumemchagua kama William Ruto, tumchague na tuendelee kazi, tufanye kazi pamoja.
Ndagatilegel kewekige la unisia kama wala tozi chabot nyinyi liwekta weber kura.
Siyuko tayari kwa hiyo, kwa sababu ya muda, time, kila mtu akona shughuli ya kufanya kazi yake. Time ya kurudia kura hakuna time. Ule mwenye ataamuliwa aendelee na kazi, kama ni William Ruto tufanye kazi pamoja na yeye.
Kurgat ko yigay gas ko choy ko alagen engerutu ko bunum mengi ke counter bana kuru jaga ko moy che gol chapotini che angot kotel ga kirwog nebo Supreme Court ko le wek tage ge be lewoni set ko ran lel ko chapotini che ko wek tage ko ber kura ko tinge yake telet mo ko kon kap kirwog ala che yon telet aga tol mo ko kap kirwog nebo Supreme Court en taiga sektor tegen jamita tai ko ngete ge ngun kurgat mo ko to tinye tebu taga tol ko to metinye tebu taga tol kurgat ko we gun soet ko nyo studio bana Nairobi ko ngete ge ko mastar bana kuru ke gurno dan kan kigen.
Right, konga hina tago sirinde nyan ba logoiwek na taka dan kan kigen ko ngete taunet na tan ba Nakuru ole komita biga goror ole en keret nebo bichota ko tayari en kiaga tugul notok ne kakitil kongete kapkirwok notok nebo Supreme Court ko kamwa icheget kole tayari biik na biik chemite komosta notok nebo Nakuru. Tageitini kora kabarastoik cho kobun takwek cheterter tagebendi taonet notok nebo Eldoret komosta notok nebo Uasin Gishu ole mitei kongei asikobit koibwech kora keret ana oleu taonetab Eldoret en betutab raini komosta notok nebo Elgeyo Marakwet ketinye kabarastoik cho notok Timothy Kiplimo asikobit kora koibwech keret nebo komosta notok nebo Iten ana county notok nebo Elgeyo Marakwet. Ko angeger en komosta notok nebo kapkirwok ko kamwa icheget kole kiborostoi ana konu tilet en sait lo ne angeger en inguni ko dakikaishek lo kityo asikoit sait lo notok kamwa kapkirwok kole kikonu tilet notok en kesit nebo president notok ne kikiib kwa komasatak ako yekiger commissioners chotok che kitelelchin biretab kura komitei Wafula Chebukati ne inendet ko chairman, mitei kora Gulie, mitei Boya, vice chair notok Juliana Cherera, Irene Masit, mitei Francis Wanderi ak Justus Nyangaya. Ko icheget ko commissioners cheko telelchin biretab kura en kenyinitab 2022 kurgat.
Agere eng betut abrane betut noton ne ogere eng ngune pichaisiek choton chebo Supreme Court chekiboru igere ogiliek chebo komaswek cheterchin choton chekiyae kesit eng wikit noton nekobo kikiyai kesit eng betusiek karibu somok kongete ko somok kasi kwangwan kasi agoi ko mut kasi yekongo retreaten charges koba ipkosir uamuzi noton nebo betutab rani nekigeni eng dakikaisiek tutikin kimongo ko kakoitita Supreme Court ako ing betutab rani igere ngecherok che agere eng ngune ko agenge aeng somok angwan mut lo tisap ko ngecherok tisap kosubkei ak judges choto chebendi koamwani eng betutab rani eng betutab ra kebendi kenyoru tilet kobun Philomena Mwilu kimango kele kibendi kosomani chi age tugul anan judge age tugul tilet nenyi tatya kokonu summary not president not nebo Supreme Court Martha Koome mite Philomena Mwilu mite Isaac Lenaola mite Smogin Wanjala agere ngecherok kagechopchi mite Njogin Ndung'u ako mite Ibrahim Mohamed ko kwagenge eng judges choto chebendi judges tisap chebendi kuamwani eng betutab rani anan kotile eng betutab rani kole tos kibelis William anan Dr. William Ruto eng oret noton nekararan nekitok tos kikiyai lewenisiet eng oret noton nekitok nekiek transparent noto igere eng pichait ko president nebo Supreme Court noto ko Martha Koome ne inendet ko president noto nebo Supreme Court ako inendet ne koi kigeni kokon summary koi kokakosoman judges kakosoman judge age tugul uamuzi nenywa anan tilenwa ko koi kokonu summary ako koi inendet nebo let nemwoe kole tos uamuzi chekakekon koingicho noto ko deputy president nebo Supreme Court noto kekure Philomena Mwilu ko inendet ko deputy noto nebo Martha Koome ko tetat inendet kora kosoman tilenyi kotos koi kikuitosi kele tos eng tilenyi kotos ikochin kasubet kele kikiyai lewenisiet eng oret nekararan anan achicha nerube no ko Isaac Lenaola ko nani my sister imuji imwa
yes okay Isaac Lenaola ko bwata kora icheket che telelchin tilet noton nemite eng kapkirwok eng betutab raini neigere alright inendet neigere en pichait nguni ko Mohamed Ibrahim neboto kora bench notok ne telelchin tilet ako kit nebo kamanut alright notok neigere en nguni ko Njoki Ndung'u ne agenge eng icheket chotok che tile kirwoget notok nemite Supreme Court eng betutab raini ak William Ouko en pichait notok ne kaiger eng yo ako kageger kele eng judges chotok chebo Supreme kondochin notok Martha Koome Smokin Wanjala ko pichait notok neigere en nguni ne magingen kele ne kabwatutik anan ne tilet notok nebendi kotile Supreme Court eng betutab raini ako dakikayat agenge kityo nekong'et amu kakaibarasta icheket kole koite sait lo ako kakeker kele kakokipen time icheket kaker ogiliek cheterter boto Philip Murgor che kakoitita komasta bo kapkirwok kaker Mahat Somane ak alake chechang kot mising agere Fred Ngatia agere kora Githu Muigai ko kakoita komasatak en inguni ako kasarta age tugul kong'ete en inguni kegere kele mukotebi ng'ony icheket asikobit kinam kekas tilet notok ne ibwech Supreme Court eng betunitok.
Agere Professor Githu Muigai ko eng nguni igere asikarik choto chemite eng kurget noto ne wendi Supreme Court ole kikonune tilet eng betutab rani abwatun kityo ale kakonak eng betutab rani yekangibarasta ko eng betutab amut ko koigeni biik akot sirikab logoiwek ko ketosiosiek chebo logoiwek cheibarasta logoiwek ko kokigeni kele mara eng betutab amut ko kwage ko kokibwoti kele kiwendi sikomwa kapkirwok noto nebo Supreme Court kole kitile kesit sait ata akoi mabit noto maak noto akoi karonetab rani akoi karibu sait somok nebo karon koyoto yekakiyogu ng'olyo kele kitile eng betutab rani sait lo nebo bet agere eng nguni noto ko senator ana governor eng betutab rani governor James Orengo nemite kobota Ferose Noreji kongalaldos eng nguni choto ko ogiliek choto chekobo komasta noto nebo Azimio la Umoja One Kenya ak agere ogiliek alak cheterchin chekakoitita eng betutab rani eng kapkirwok noto nebo Supreme Court agere mite ogiliek choto chebo komasta noto nebo Kenya Kwanza anan komasta nebo Dr. William Ruto ko kakoitita komasta noto nebo Supreme Court eng betutab rani Leo.
Aha, eng komasta notok ne kotelelchin IEBC ko kakiker Mahata Somane ne komitei inendet kora eng yotok ako eng pichainik chotok cheikere eng screen igere ile kakonam koek tayari biik chemitei eng komasatak asi ye kitoi tuyet anan tilet notok eng kapkirwok notok nebo Supreme ko kakoek tayari chi tugul. So pichainik chotok cheikere en inguni komitei Nicholas Lelei ak Emmanuel komitei eng komasta notok nebo Supreme koker kole mami ki age tugul notok nekasirech eng betutab raini yekimitei kikeni mising tilet notok nebunu kapkirwok notok nebo Supreme kondochin inendet Martha Koome ne inendet ko president nebo Supreme Court.
Agere eng kebeberta eng komasta noto nebo gallery nebo Supreme Court kagero senator noto nebo Nandi Mheshimiwa Cherargei komitei ak kandoik alak amu kominginit roomit noto neko kitile anan nekokiyae kirwoget noto nebo ngalekab lewenisiet kokipchei amu ko kebeberwek cheterchin kokotindoi lawyers chechang anan kotindoi ogiliek chechang kot mising amu komakoyame roomit anan komakoyame nafas eng komasta nekotesetai kapkirwok kokokikochi roomishek alak asikobit kosube kotesetai kapkirwok. Eng inguni agere komite gallery eng komasta noto nebo Supreme Court komite gallery komasta age nemite eng barak ne tobendoe akogere akosube biik kit noto netesetai eng kapkirwok. Agere takomite ngecherok kou yekakipangan atkai tai agere takomite ngecherok ako takikeni eng inguni kiexpectani asikiro president noto nebo Supreme Court noto ko Martha Koome kiexpectani asikobit kiro Philomena Mwilu kiexpectani sikiro Isaac Lenaola choto ko judges choto chebo Supreme Court chito age nekingen judge age nekikeni ko Smokin Wanjala mite judge noto William Ouko mite judge kikure Mohamed Ibrahim ako mite judge Njoki Ndungu ko choto ko judges tisab che suppose ko til eng betutab rani kole tos kikiyai lewenisiet eng oret noto neititaat ako tos ngotko kikiyai lewenisiet eng oret noto neititaat ko kideclareoni kemwoe eng betutab rani anan kemwoe ketile eng betutab rani asikobit kenai kele tos betut ngiro amu kosubkei ak constitution anan ak ngatutik chebo emet kotetat ke yekakiyai kesit eng betusiek 14 ko eng betusiek 7 chebwonei ako betut noto nebo koeng kasi ko betut netetat kelewen anan kiyasiechi president nelel kata betutab mutai amu mutai ko koeng kasi amu kosubkei ak kit nekingen kele mayome kasarta anan saisiek chekakong'et asikobit kiapishan the new president kotko kedeclaren kele kiyaak lewenisiet eng oret nekararan ko amu maimukakse eng betutab mutai ko koeng kasi amu mwaat eng ng'atutik chebo emet kele betusiek 7 ako betutab koeng kasi ye tetat kiyasiechi anan kiapishan president nelel nebo emetab Kenya.
Ko chitab Kalenjin agoi inguni ko mami ki age tugul notok nekengen ana ole maketilda tilet eng betutab raini amu tetat kokon tilet charges chotok chebo Supreme Court ako konu age tugul en icheket kotisab kokonu kerenyi en ole kokerto biret notok nebo kura ana ye kingokakeib kirwogenoto ko Supreme Court ko magoi sikokon age tugul en icheget summary nebo ole kou tilet notok amune siko kibarasta kou notok ko amu en summary notok nemo kokonu chi age tugul yani charges chotok chebo Supreme Court en betutab raini. Mitei Philomena Mwilu ne inendet ko deputy CJ, mitei Martha Koome ne inendet ko president nebo Supreme Court ako kakiker nguni kele mokonam tuyet amu kakoik tayari kikere kele kakoit charges chotok ne indochin Martha Koome ne inendet ko president ako agenge eng agenge ko kakitokchigei nguni komasta notok nebo Supreme Court ole kainam tilet notok nebo kirwoget ko kongete studio ko notok kakinyoru agenge eng agenge ngalalet kobun Supreme Court.
E007 and E008 of 2022, Raila Amolo Odinga and 6 others versus William Ruto and 13 others. The Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court is presiding.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is the judgment of the court, which is delivered pursuant through 23(1) of the Supreme Court Presidential Election Petition Rules 2017 in the presidential election held on the 9th August 2022. This is an abridged version of the judgment. The full judgment will be delivered after 21 days. Kenya is a sovereign multi-party democratic state whose foundations are firmly spelled in the Constitution. The Kenyan people's quest for electoral reforms since independence is well documented. That notwithstanding, and even without going back to the pre-1992 era, every cycle of elections has been highly contested, with the exception of 2002. This speaks to a background of distrust of the administration of our electoral process. Informed by this setting, Kenyans made a decision to vest the Supreme Court with the jurisdiction to determine questions regarding the validity of a presidential election under Article 140 of the Constitution. The reactions following the declaration of results of the presidential election of 9th August 2022 shows that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, has not yet garnered universal public confidence and trust in the internal management of the Commission and elections. On the 15th August 2022, 6 days after the general elections were held, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of IEBC, announced the following results. Raila Odinga, 6.942,930 votes, representing 48.85%. William Ruto, 7.176,141 votes, representing 50.49%. David Wahiga, 31,987, representing 0.23%. George Wajakoya, 61,969, representing 0.44%. Based on their aforesaid results, the chairperson of IEBC declared William Samoei Ruto the first respondent, the presidential candidate for the United Democratic Alliance Party, as the president-elect. This declaration has precipitated a total of 9 presidential petitions that are filed before us, to wit, number 1, presidential election number 001 of 2022, John Njoroge Kamau versus Wafula Chebukati and 3 others, and Raila Amolo Odinga and 7 others named as interested parties. The second petition is presidential election number 002 of 2022, Youth Advocacy Africa and another versus IMBC and 12 others. Third petition, presidential election petition number 003 of 2022, Kerif Khalifa and 3 others versus IMBC and 3 others. Fourth petition, presidential election petition number 4 of 2022, David Kariuki Ngari versus IMBC and 9 others. 5, presidential election petition number 5 of 2022, Raila Amolo Odinga and another versus IMBC. 6, presidential election petition number 6 of 2022 by Moses Kuria and others versus Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and 4 others named as interested parties. Number 7, presidential election number 007 of 2022, Okia Omtata Okoiti and others versus IMBC and others. Number 8, petition number 008 of 2022, Julia Nyokabi Chege and others versus IMBC and 3 others. And the last one, but not least, petition number 009 of 2022, Ruben Kigame Richete versus IMBC and others. In addition to these petitions, we received a total of 24 interlocutory applications and 1 preliminary objection, which were filed in this court. 2 of the presidential election petitions were struck out. That is petition number 006 and 009 of 2022 for failure to meet the constitutional threshold as set out under Article 140 of the Constitution. On 29 August 2022, this court also admitted 3 amici curiae briefs by the Law Society of Kenya, the Kenya section of International Commission of Jurists, and John Warubengo and 2 others. Upon perusing and considering the issues raised in the remaining presidential election petition numbers 001, 002, 003, 004, 005, 007, and 8, the responses and the submissions filed thereto, this court found that all the 7 petitions substantially raised similar issues and sought similar reliefs. Consequently, on 30th August 2022, this court ordered that the 7 petitions be consolidated and designated presidential election petition number 005 of 2022 as the read file. From the consolidated petition, the responses filed and submissions filed by all the parties, the court crystallized the following issues for determination. And those issues are there. We have repeated them several times. I will not read them. Having considered and deliberated upon the consolidated petition, the attendant responses, submissions, and also considering the amici curiae briefs, we now make the following determination on issue number 1, which is whether the technology deployed by IMBC for the conduct of the 2022 general elections met the standards of integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency to guarantee accurate and verifiable results. As noted in the introduction, lack of trust in the electoral system has endured in Kenya for a long time. This led to the introduction of electoral technology following recommendations made by the Independent Review Commission on the general elections held on the 27th December 2007, popularly known as the Kriegler Commission report. That report recommended integration of technology into Kenya's electoral process for registration, identification of voters, and transmission of results. These were enacted in Section 44 of the Elections Act 2011. By this statute, IEBC is enjoined to adopt technology in the electoral process. As a consequence, the IEBC developed a technology known as Kenya Integrated Electoral Management System, KIMS, making Kenya's election process an hybrid as it employed both technology and manual processes. The first, third, and fourth petitioners in the consolidated petition challenge the technology used by IEBC during the 2022 general election. They plead that the manner in which technology was deployed and utilized fell short of the prescribed constitutional and statutory standards. As regards the audit of the register of voters, they urge that IEBC, pursuant to its elections operations plan, committed itself to conducting an audit of the register of voters by 31st March 2022. To the contrary, they arrange it only publicly availed the audit report on its website on 2nd August 2022, which was only 7 days to the elections. In this report, it was noted that the auditors established serious gaps and risk to the electoral process, including numerous cases of change of voter stations without knowledge or approval of the affected voters. Grant of voter update privileges in IEBC, IDMs, to 14 user accounts and related to voter registration. Reducing the accountability of user activities in the register of voters. Presence of 11 active generic accounts on the MBIS application and the 2 MBIS users with the same logging identification. Risking unauthorized system users, possible interference, change of particulars on the activation of voters in the system. IEBC's failure to set up access, decertification, and user activity review process. And IEBC was also arranged to have failed to respond to requests by auditors for crucial information. On the integrity of the technology deployed, it was the case for the 7th petitioner that in order to comply with Article 86 of the Constitution and Section 44 of the Elections Act, the technology deployed must be simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. On the simplicity of technology, the 7th petitioner contends that the KIMS kit failed the tests as they were not easily usable by ordinary citizens without expert knowledge. They further assert that IBC was expected to procure and put in place a technology necessary for the conduct of the general election at least 120 days before the election and ensure consultation with the relevant agencies, institutions, and stakeholders. Furthermore, the petitioners arranged that IBC violated its constitutional duty by delegating the design, implementation, and conduct of the KIMS components of the election to a foreign company, Smartmatic International Holdings, BV. As a result, IBC staff and the public did not have full comprehension of the KIMS components. They conclude, therefore, that IBC abdicated and surrendered its role to conduct elections to Smartmatic, and that IBC vigorously fought any attempt to subject Smartmatic's activities to accountability and transparency, including the safeguards required by Regulations 61, 69, and 75 of the Elections General Regulations 2012. In response, IBC has submitted that the electoral system met the constitutional threshold, that all the necessary information was accessed only by the authorized persons. The information was accurate, complete, and protected from malicious modification, either by authorized or unauthorized persons. IBC maintained an audit trail on activities related to information, and that the information was available and could be authenticated through the use of various security features. In further response, IBC contended that they engaged KPMG on 7th April 2022 to conduct an audit of the register of voters, which was submitted on 18th June 2022. In addition, it issued a briefing on the report on 20th June 2022, summarizing the thematic areas therein and disclosing its findings, as well as actions taken to remedy the issues identified. It also conducted its annual audit in compliance with Regulations 11 and 12 of the Election Technology Regulations 2017, and a certification of compliance issued to it on 3rd August 2022. IBC relied on sworn affidavits by Michael Uma, Moses Sunkuri, and Hussein Majan on 26th August 2022, which were to the effect that it published the interim report by KPMG on 8th June 2022, and embarked on remedial measures aimed at effecting the recommendations ahead of publication of the final report. It was ascertained that it could not publish the full final audit report, as doing so would compromise the integrity and security of the electoral technology system, considering the provisions of the Data Protection Act, which imposes a duty to protect the data of Kenyan voters. On the other hand, the first and second respondents urged that even if there was failure of technology, it did not vitiate the result of the presidential election. Upon considering all the pleading submissions and the ICT scrutiny and inspection tallying and recount report, which fully examined the IBC's result transmission system, RTS, we are not persuaded by the allegation that the technology deployed by IBC failed the standard of Article 86A of the Constitution on integrity, verifiability, security, and transparency for the following reasons. One, whereas it is true that the KIMS kit failed in 235 polling stations, 86,889 voters were granted the right to vote manually, and the requisite forms 32A were duly filed. This happened successfully in Kibwezi West constituency and parts of Kakamega County. Two, while the audit report was released to the public 7 days before the 9th August election, the register of voters was used at the election without any apparent anomalies. Three, Smartmatic was procured to provide the necessary technological infrastructure, as IBC did not have the capacity to do so. No credible evidence meeting the requisite standard of proof of access to the system by unauthorized persons was adduced by the petitioners. The scrutiny report prepared by the registrar of this court did not reveal any security breaches of the IBC's RTS. IBC successfully deployed a biometric voter register system which captures unique features of a voter's facial image, fingerprints, and civil data to register and update voter details across the country and also in the diaspora. The BVR captures a voter's facial image, fingerprints, and civil data, which features are unique to each of the voter. In compliance with Section 6A of the Elections Act 2011, IMBC opened the register of voters for verification of biometric data by members of the public for a period of 30 days. Thereafter, the register was revised to address issues arising from the verification exercise. KPMG then audited the register, and we are satisfied that the inconsistencies and inaccuracies identified during the audit were somewhat successfully addressed. The second issue was whether there was interference with the uprunning and transmission of Forms 34A from the polling station to the IMBC public portal. The first petitioner arranged staging that a person who had access to the RTS intercepted, detained, or stored Forms 34A temporarily to convert or manipulate it before uploading it on IMBC's public portal. It is arranged also on 11th August 2022, IMBC dumped over 11,000 Forms 34A on the public portal between 11 to 11:09 hours. To rebut this allegation, IMBC and its chairperson, in their response dated 26 August 2022, denied staging and unauthorized intrusion of the RTS. In that regard, they urged that every image of Form 34A was uploaded immediately after the transmittal of results. The form was received as evidence by the timestamp. Similarly, the first respondent denied these allegations. Our finding: 1, no credible evidence was presented to prove that anyone accessed the RTS to intercept, detain, or store Forms 34A temporarily before they were uploaded to the public portal. The allegation that 11,000 Forms 34A were affected by staging was similarly not proved. 2, the allegation that IMBC, its officials and strangers used a tool to tamper with the Forms 34A before converting them to the portable document format, that is PDF, that eventually appeared on the public portal, was sufficiently explained when IMBC demonstrated how KIMS captured and transmitted the image of Form 34A. Accordingly, we dismiss that allegation. 3, during the ICT scrutiny, it turned out that the transmission logs produced in the affidavit of Justice Nyangaya were of no probative value. The registrar's report shows that the original Forms 34A from the contestant polling stations, which were allegedly intercepted, were exactly the same as those on the public portal, and the certified copies that were presented to this court pursuant to the provisions of Section 12 of this Supreme Court Act 2011. 4, regarding the allegation that the integrity of the public portal was compromised, this was disproved by evidence of consistent attributes such as unique timestamps, uniform PDF conversions at the polling stations, correct polling station mapping, and consistent KIMS reporting from verification to transmission of results. 6, the RTS was configured on a virtual platform network, VPN, and the SIM cards locked to a specific polling station. The server was also configured to accept results only from authorized and properly mapped KIMS kits. In our view, the petitioners failed to produce credible evidence to the contrary. 7, a review of some of the logs presented as evidence of staging showed that they were either from logs arising from the 2017 presidential election or were outright forgeries. In our considered view, there was no evidence of a man-in-the-middle server configured to the IMBC's VPN network, and no evidence was produced to show that the chairperson of IMBC and staff were part of the arranged conspiracy to stage the transmission process. 9, whether there was a difference between Forms 34A uploaded on the IMBC public portal and the Forms 34A received at the National Tallying Center and Forms 34A issued to the agents at the polling stations. On this issue, the first petitioner's case was that there was deliberate manipulation and tampering with Forms 34A, as demonstrated in the affidavits, to the effect that votes were being deducted from the first petitioner and being added to the first respondent. To support this petition, evidence was contained in the affidavits of Honorable Martha Karua, sworn on 21st August 2022, Celestine Anyango Opio, Arnold Ochieng Oginga, and John Mark Githongo, which was sworn also on 21st August 2022, and a further affidavit sworn on 28th August 2022. Dr. Nyangasi also swore an affidavit on 21st August 2022, and so was Martin Papa, to support that allegation of handing and subtraction of votes. On the other hand, IMBC and its chairperson urged that all Forms 34A transmitted to IMBC portal were not interfered with or manipulated. further that the Forms 34A signed at the polling station and issued to the agents were identical to the Forms 34A uploaded on the public portal and delivered to the National Tallying Center at the Bomas. It was contended that in any event, IEBC used the original physical Forms 34A to tally, verify, and declare the presidential election results. This court ordered scrutiny of the forms from the 41 polling stations outlined in the affidavit of Celestine Opio to ascertain the allegation of interference. And this is our finding. 1, there were no significant differences captured between the Forms 34A uploaded on the public portal and the physical Forms 34A delivered to Bomas that would have affected the overall outcome of the presidential election. B, no credible evidence was presented to support the allegation that Forms 34A presented to agents differed from those uploaded to the public portal. The report by the registrar of this court confirmed the authenticity of the original forms in the sampled polling stations. The affidavits of Celestine Opio and Arnold Ochieng Oginga, while containing sensational information, were not credible, as the registrar's report confirmed that all the Forms 34A attached to those affidavits and purportedly given to them by the agents at select polling stations were significantly different from the originals, certified copies, and those on the public portal. The purported evidence of Celestine Opio and Arnold Oginga, sworn in their respective affidavits, are not only inadmissible, but are also unacceptable. It has been established that none of the agents on whose behalf the forms were being presented swore any affidavit, that there is nothing to show that they had instructed both Celestine and Arnold to act for them. Yet the two have gone ahead to depone on matters that are not within their knowledge. This court cannot countenance this type of conduct on the part of counsel who are officers of the court. Though it is elementary learning, it bears repeating that affidavits filed in court must deal only with facts which an opponent can prove of his own knowledge, and as a general rule, counsel are not permitted to swear affidavits on behalf of their clients in contentious matters like the one before us, because they run the risk of unknowingly swearing to falsehood and may also be liable to cross-examination to prove the matters deponed. We must remind counsel who appear before this court, or indeed before any other court or tribunal, of the provisions of sections 113 and 114 of the Penal Code that swearing to falsehoods is a criminal offense, and 2, that it is an offense to present misleading or fabricated evidence in any judicial proceeding. Section 114 of the Penal Code states, and I quote, "Any person who swears falsely or makes a false affirmation or declaration before any person authorized to administer an oath or a declaration upon a matter of public concern, and at such circumstances that the false swearing or declaration, if committed in a judicial proceeding, would have amounted to perjury, is guilty of a misdemeanor." One of the most serious losses an advocate may ever suffer is the loss of trust by judges for a long time. Such conduct amounts to interference with the proper administration of justice. The contents of the affidavit of John Mark Gidongo, which may contain forgeries, are also dismissed for not meeting the evidential threshold. Those averments contain no more than incredible and hearsay evidence. No admissible evidence was presented to prove the allegation that Forms 34A were fraudulently altered by a group situated in Karen under the direction of persons named in the affidavit and video clip attached to it. As a matter of fact, these two affidavits amount to double hearsay and incapable of being proved at each of the rears. We turn to Form 34A for Gacharaigo Primary School, which was sensationally presented by Madam Judy Soweto, advocate, to show that one Jose Camango accessed the RTS and interfered with the result contained therein. This also turned out to be no more than hot air, and we were taken on a wild goose chase that yielded nothing of probative value. The Kim's kit relating to Songonyo Primary School, which bore the same serial number with another, was admitted by IMBC as an inadvertent manufacturer's error. We are also satisfied that the two kits and other identifying features that were markedly different, including the timestamps and polling code, and therefore nothing turns on this anomaly. Therefore, to the question whether there was a difference between Forms 34A uploaded on the IBC public portal and those received at the National Tallying Center and those issued to the candidates' agents at the polling station, we have found none. Issue number 4, on whether the postponement of gubernatorial elections in Kakamega and Mombasa counties, parliamentary elections in Kitui, Rural, Kachiriba, Rongai, and Pokot South constituencies, and electoral ones in Yaki West, in North Imenti constituency, and Koanjenga in Embakasi South constituency, resulted in voter suppression to the detriment of the petitioners, and especially in petition number 5 of 2022. It is common knowledge that IMBC postponed elections for various seats during the general elections of 9th August 2022 due to mix-up of ballot papers in the above-named electoral units. It is the combined case of the first and second petitioners that in terms of Articles 136, 2A, 177(1), and 181 as read with Article 1(1) of the Constitution, the chairperson of IMBC had no jurisdiction to postpone elections in those areas. That Section 55B of the Elections Act is inconsistent with the Constitution and therefore void to the extent that it purports to donate to IMBC power to postpone elections in the constituency, county, or ward, contrary to the Constitution, and the postponement undermined the conduct of free, fair, credible elections by depriving the voters an opportunity to vote for all the candidates on the dates stipulated by the Constitution. The petitioners further contend that the postponement of elections and the overall effect of suppressing voter turnout in the electoral units in question, which was prejudicial to him. Both the first and third petitioners also believe that elections were deliberately postponed in Kakamega and Mombasa counties. It was arranged that these areas are considered to be first petitioner strongholds, and as such, the postponement of elections worked to his disadvantage and handed that benefit to the second respondent. These assertions were denied by IMBC and its chairperson. They, however, admitted that they experienced confusion with the printed ballot papers and explained that they only discovered the mix-up on the eve of the election when the ballot papers were being distributed to the polling stations. That as a practice, ballot papers can only be opened on the eve of the election day to avoid any mischief, and that by the time the mix-up was discovered, it was logistically impossible to print and replace the ballot papers in time for the elections. For this claim to succeed, it must be demonstrated first, IEBC and no authority in law to postpone the elections, and secondly, that the postponement was deliberate and calculated to suppress voter turnout so as to affect the results by reducing the petitioners' overall votes. We've looked at the provisions of Section 55B of the Elections Act, which provides for circumstances when elections can be postponed in a particular electoral unit, including in cases of emergency. We are therefore satisfied that on the basis of the foregoing provision, the third respondent and the requisite power to postpone election in the constituencies, counties, and wards in question. Concerning the allegation of voter suppression, we note that voter suppression is generally recognized as a political strategy which takes many forms, but whose practical effect is ultimately to reduce voting by deliberately discouraging or preventing targeted groups of people from exercising their right to vote and thereby to influence the outcome of an election. It therefore goes against the letter and the spirit of Article 38, which guarantees every citizen the right to make political choices based on universal suffrage. As regards this allegation, it has not been shown that by postponing elections in the named electoral units, IEBC acted in bad faith or was influenced by irrelevant factors and considerations. From the explanation tendered, we are satisfied that the postponement was occasioned by a genuine mistake, which in our view could have been avoided and the members and staff of IEBC been more diligent when they went to inspect the templates in Athens, Greece, where the printing of ballot papers was undertaken. In the absence of any empirical data, we cannot find a basis upon which to conclude, as a matter of fact or evidence, that the postponement affected voter turnout, as a consequence of which the first petitioner alone, as a presidential candidate, suffered disadvantage. At any rate, the nature of the ballot being an individual decision and secret, there may be other factors to which the turnout in the named units can be attributed. From the evidence on record, however, it appears to us that 2022 general election recorded one of the lowest turnouts since the introduction of multi-party political systems some 30 years ago. If there was a low voter turnout, it affected all the 6 categories of candidates, and its explanation, in our view, lies elsewhere, but certainly not a calculated suppression. On the other hand, in rebuttal to these claims, IEBC illustrated with examples to our satisfaction that there was no nexus between the postponement of elections and voter turnout in the affected units, far from the fact that this claim was undoubtedly just another red herring. It has nothing to do with the question under review, and accordingly we reject it and hold that there is no proof that the postponement resulted in voter suppression to the detriment of the first petitioner. Whether there were unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for presidential candidates and other elective positions. Issue number 5. The first petitioner was categorical that there was systemic ballot stuffing in certain counties, mainly in the Rift Valley and central parts of Kenya, where, according to him, a total of 33,208 votes were cast for president only, without corresponding votes for the other elective positions. On the part of IEBC and the chairperson, while acknowledging that indeed in some instances there was vote differential between those cast for president and for other positions, but maintained that they were insignificant, and those instances related to votes by prisoners and citizens in the diaspora who only vote for the president but did not take part in other elective positions. The differential also includes rejected ballot papers and stray votes which do not count as valid votes. The well-established principle that the person who asserts a fact must prove it casts the burden upon the first petitioner to demonstrate that there were instances of ballot stuffing of such a magnitude as to justify the nullification of the presidential election. Ballot stuffing, which is an illegal addition of extra ballots, is a type of electoral fraud aimed at swinging the results of an election towards a particular direction. Not a single document has been presented by the first petitioner to prove systemic ballot stuffing. A figure of 33,208 votes relied on in this claim is based on unproven hypothesis that since the number of votes cast for the president is higher than those for other positions, then without more, it must follow that there was fraud. We find that fraud is a serious criminal offense, and it must be proved beyond reasonable doubt under Section 5N of the Election Offences Act. It is indeed an offense for a person to vote more than once in any election. IEBC has provided a plausible explanation for the vote differential, citing categories of voters who only vote for the president, such as prisoners and Kenyans in the diaspora. There were an insignificant number of stray votes whose combined effect cannot justify nullification of the election. Finally, on this point, a general election in Kenya comprises of 6 different separate elections held concurrently on the same day. Such elections are held by secret ballots, and one cannot predetermine the voter turnout or how voters will vote in each election. None of the parties has flagged anything so significant that it would have affected the outcome of the presidential election vis-a-vis the other 5 elections held on the same day. We find, therefore, there were no unexplainable discrepancies between the votes cast for the presidential candidates and other elective positions. On issue number 6, whether IEBC carried out the verification, tallying, and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138, 3C, and 138.10 of the Constitution. This issue arises from the printings in all the petitions as consolidated. Based on the said printings, the affidavits sworn in support thereof, and the written and oral submissions by parties, two viewpoints regarding the meaning, scope, and application of Article 138, 3C, and 10 of the Constitution have been advanced. On the one hand, the petitioners submit that pursuant to the foregoing provisions, the role of verifying and tallying of votes as received from polling stations countrywide is vested in the Commission as a corporate entity and not the chairperson of the Commission. It is their argument that the chairperson cannot undertake this task to the exclusion of other commissioners. They submit that the language of Article 138(3)(c) does not envisage a situation where the chairperson can arrogate to himself unfettered authority to verify and tally the results at the National Tallying Center without involving the other commissioners. Such action, they contend, would not only be unconstitutional, but would be sufficient ground without more to nullify an election of a president-elect. In support of their argument, the petitioners cite the Court of Appeal decision in IMBC versus Mainakiai and 5 others as affirmed by this court in the case of Raila 2017. The petitioners further submit that Regulation 87(3) of the Election General Regulations is unconstitutional to the extent that it purports to vest the power of verification and tallying in the chairperson of IMBC. On the other hand, the first, second, and third respondents submit that power to verify, tally, and declare results of a presidential election at the National Tallying Center is the exclusive preserve of the chairperson of IMBC. According to them, there is nothing unconstitutional about Regulation 87(3) of the Elections General Regulations. The same regulation the respondents submit makes no mention of commissioners other than the chairperson. At any rate, the respondents argue Article 138(3)(c) of the Constitution does not envisage a situation where it is the commissioners who personally undertake the task of verifying and tallying the results as entered into the thousands of Forms 34A. Such an undertaking would be humanly impossible, they submit. For good measure, the respondents submit that Section 11A of the IMBC Act provides that the chairperson and members of the commission are responsible for the formulation of policy and strategy of the commission and oversight. In their view, the Act does not contemplate a situation where commissioners would be directly involved in the verification and tabulation of presidential election results. The task of verification and tallying, as stated by the respondent, is executed by the staff of the commission under the direction and supervision of the commission secretary, who in turn reports to the chairperson. As to whether the chairperson acted unilaterally in verifying and tallying the presidential election results at the National Tallying Center, the petitioners claim that he did. This is what happened. It is the petitioner's case that the chairperson published an illegal Gazette Notice number 4956 of 2022, in which he designated himself as the presidential returning officer, a position unknown in law and the Constitution. Having done so, the petitioner states that the chairperson proceeded to conduct the verification and tallying process to the exclusion of other commissioners, each of whom he had assigned territorial roles and related to the verification and tallying exercise. On his part, the chairperson of IMBC submitted that although he has the exclusive authority to verify and tally the presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center, He did involve the other commissioners in the exercise before eventually declaring the final results. He submitted that he did this in the spirit of teamwork. The chairperson of IEBC states that indeed the 4 commissioners were involved in the preparation of the 9th August general elections from the time of their swearing into office all the way to the verification and tallying of results at the National Tallying Center until they withdrew from the exercise just when he was set to declare the final result. Having considered all the parties' submissions, we find that pursuant to Article 138(3)(c) of the Constitution, the power to verify and tally presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center vests not in the chairperson of IEBC, but in the commission itself. The latter carries out this exercise through its secretariat staff, technical personnel, and any other persons hired for that purpose under the oversight and supervision of the chairperson and the other members of the commission. In line with this court's decision in Raila Amolo Odinga versus another versus IEBC and 2 others, as reported in 2017 Kenya Law Report, popularly known as Raila 2017, and the Court of Appeal decision in IEBC versus Maina Kiai, we also find that the chairperson cannot arrogate to himself the power to verify and tally the results of a presidential election to the exclusion of other members of the commission. Indeed, Article 138(10) of the Constitution, although the power to declare the result of a presidential election after verification and tallying is vested in the chairperson, he does so only as a delegate of the commission. Consequently, to the extent that Regulation 87(3) of the Elections General Regulation purports to vest the power of verifying and tallying presidential election results as received at the National Tallying Center solely on the chairperson to the exclusion of other members of the commission, the same is contrary to and inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. That said, we, however, take cognizance of the fact that the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th respondents, referred to as the 4 commissioners, actively participated in the verification and tallying exercise from the beginning up to the and until just before the declaration of the result by the chairperson. They took turns announcing the results as verified and tallied and were present and active during the actual verification and tallying at Bomas. An example is when one of them, Justice Nyangaya, stood on the podium to announce to the public results and also announced an adjustment that had been occasioned by errors of tabulation. The events of 15th August 2022, therefore, came as a surprise. As the public waited for the chairperson of IEBC to declare the final results, sporadic violence broke out at Bomas. The violence swiftly was contained by the security forces, but there was unexpected drama as 2 different factions of the commission began to emerge. Kenyans found themselves watching an appalling split-screen scenario on their television sets. On one part of the screen was the chairperson readying himself to declare the results in accordance with Article 138(10) of the Constitution. On the other part of the screen were the 4 commissioners on the runs of the Serena Hotel, Nairobi, from where they announced that they would not own the results that were soon to be declared by their chairperson. The 4 commissioners informed the public of their rejection of the yet to be announced results, terming them opaque, due to the manner in which the chairperson had been conducting the verification and tallying exercise. In his affidavit dated 25th August 2022, Justice Nyangaya affirmed that the chairperson's actions during the tallying and verification exercise at Bomas made it difficult to ascertain the total number of votes cast and the actual number of votes attained by each candidate, so as to enable him authoritatively state the commission and declared accurate results. All the petitioners have anchored their arguments for the nullification of the 9th August presidential election in Taharia on the walkout from the Bomas by the 4 commissioners. They contend that by rejecting IEBC's results on grounds of opaqueness of the verification and tallying process, they called into question the credibility of the entire election. They further submitted that being in the majority out of the 7-member commission, their view should prevail and the election should be nullified. It is the petitioner's argument, therefore, that a dysfunctional commission cannot deliver a credible election. We note that apart from their 11th hour denunciation of the verification and tallying process and their averments regarding the conduct of the chairperson, the 4 commissioners have not placed before this court any information or documents showing that the elections were either compromised or that the result would have substantially differed from that declared by the chairperson. Critically, they have not explained why they participated in a verification process when they knew that it was opaque up until the last minute. Indeed, at the Serena Hotel press briefing, the 4 commissioners acknowledged that thus far, the entire election had been managed efficiently and credibly. The chairperson on his part did not make matters any better by maintaining a stoic silence, even as things appeared to be falling apart. All this, in our view, points to a serious malaise in the governance of an institution entrusted with one of the monumental tasks of midwifing our democracy, an institution that obviously needs far-reaching reforms, of which we shall say more in our detailed reasons. But are we to nullify an election on the basis of a last-minute boardroom rapture, the details of which remain scanty and contradictory between the chairperson of the commission and some of its members? In the absence of any evidence of violation of the Constitution and our electoral laws, how can we upset an election in which the people are participating without hindrance, as they made their political choices pursuant to Article 38 of the Constitution? To do this would be tantamount to subjecting the sovereign will of the Kenyan people to the quorum antics of IEBC. This we cannot do. Clearly, the current dysfunctionality at the Commission impugns the state of its corporate governance, but does not affect the conduct of the 2022 election. In view of the foregoing, we are satisfied that notwithstanding the divisions apparent between the chairperson and the 4 commissioners, IEBC carried out the verification, tallying, and declaration of results in accordance with Article 138(3)(c) and 10 of the Constitution. Issue number 7, whether the declared president-elect attained 50+1 of all the votes cast in accordance with Article 138 of the Constitution. The first, second, and third petitioners affirmed that the first respondent did not garner 50% plus one of the total votes cast, and therefore did not meet the threshold provided by Article 138(4)(a) of the Constitution. They anchored their claims on the basis that in order to determine whether a candidate has attained 50% plus one of the votes cast, this ought to be calculated based on the total number of votes cast, excluding rejected votes. They argued that 50% of 14,353,165 votes, in their view, were the variant votes cast, which amounted to 7,176,582.77 votes. They therefore contended that by attaining 7.176,141 votes, the first respondent did not meet the constitutional threshold to be declared president-elect. Supporting the claim that the first respondent did not meet the 50 plus 1 constitutional threshold was the sixth petitioner. His contention was founded on the backdrop of a press briefing issued by the chairperson of IEBC after the official closure of voting on 9th August 2022. According to the sixth petitioner, the chairperson of IEBC announced that the voter turnout was 65.4% of the total number of registered votes based on the verification of the KIMS kits which were functional during the process of voting. In addition, the sixth petitioner urged that the voter turnout of 65.4% did not include some 238 polling stations where the KIMS kit had malfunctioned, necessitating use of the manual register. It was therefore urged that the minimum number of votes cast could not be less than 14,466,779. Additionally, that this number was bound to increase once the number of votes from the areas that used the manual register were included. The sixth petitioner further claimed that a summation of the minimum number of votes cast and unturned manual votes would represent the actual voter turnout. In challenging the declaration made by the chairperson of IEBC, the sixth petitioner affirmed that the final tally published in Form 34C only accounted for 14,326,641 votes cast, including some 113,614 rejected ballots. The sixth petitioner contended that this tally did not factor in some 140,138 votes cast using the manual register. The sixth petitioner computed this number by subtracting 14,326,641 declared votes cast from 14,466,779 generated by the sixth petitioner as representing 65.4% of the voter turnout. Referring to the tallies in Form 34C, the sixth petitioner summed the number of votes cast for each candidate as follows. Raila Odinga, 6,942,193. William Ruto, 7,176,141. Wahiga Mwaura, 31,987. And George Wajakoya, 61,969, adding to a total of 14,213,027. He then handed 138,000 arranged to be entered in the votes, and this yielded a total of 14,353,165 total valid votes, which the sixth petitioner used to compute the percentages garnered by each candidate as follows. William Ruto, according to him, garnered 49.9%, Raila Odinga 48.3%, Wahiga 0.22%, and Wanjakoya 0.3%. It is on this basis that the sixth petitioner grounded the claim that none of the candidates met the constitutional threshold as set out in Article 138(4)(a). IEBC and its chairperson disputed the sixth petitioner's claim. They submitted that the declaration of results is based on the number of people identified as having voted on the KIMS kit and not the total persons on the voters register as arranged. They contended that the final voter turnout comprising of the voters who were identified through the KIMS kit and those who voted manually was 64.76% and not 65.4% as arranged by the petitioners. They urged that the announcement held by the chairperson of IEBC on 10th August 2022 was immediately clarified during the same press briefing. And evidence of this correction was provided to this court in an affidavit of the first and second respondents in Presidential Election Petition number 7 of 2022. According to IEBC and the chairperson, 14,239,862 voters were identified using the KIMS kit, while 86,889 voters were identified using the printed voter register. Therefore, the total valid votes cast were 14,213,137, while the total number of rejected ballots were 113,614, constituting 14,326,751 total votes cast. They illustrated that the first respondent garnered 7.176141 votes against 14,213,137 total valid votes cast, yielding a percentage of 50.49 to meet the requisite constitutional threshold for a candidate to be declared president-elect. In the upshot, the percentage attained by each candidate was as follows. Raila Odinga 48.84%, William Ruto 50.48%, Waiga Mwaure 0.22%, and John Wanjakoya 0.43%. IEBC and its chairperson also submitted that the KIMS kits malfunctioned in 235 polling stations, necessitating the use of the printed voter register. In these polling stations, backup KIMS kits were later deployed for purposes of results transmission. The first respondent, in response to the question of 50+1 constitutional threshold, maintained that he attained the threshold under Article 138(4) of the Constitution as elaborated by the IEBC and the chairperson. This court has considered the differing formulas and threshold arguments presented by various parties to this petition. While the first, second, and third petitioners raised pertinent questions connected to this issue, we shall address them together with those of the sixth petitioner, who has addressed and focused on the issue as specifically framed in detail. It must be restated that the case made by the sixth petitioners concerns a data-specific threshold as enunciated under Article 138(4) of the Constitution, that without attainment of which there can be no declaration. This data-specific threshold is what this court declared in John Aaron Mwau and two others versus IBC and others. Petitions numbers 2 and 4 of 2017, consolidated, referred to as the ultimate yardstick for determining the winner in a presidential context. In Raila Odinga and 5 others versus IBC, petition number 5, 3, and 4 of 2013, this court asserted that rejected ballot papers do not constitute a vote cast to be included in calculating the final tally in favor of a presidential candidate. We are not persuaded by amicus curiae's brief, that is Law Society, who attempted to persuade us to consider our position on this finding. We reiterate that rejected votes cannot be taken into account when calculating whether a presidential candidate attained 50% plus 1 of the votes cast in accordance with Article 138(4) of the Constitution. Similarly, in the same Raila 2013 case, the court further laid down the parameters of burden and standard of proof in electoral disputes. More specifically, the burden and standard of proof required in disputes challenging the outcome of a presidential election. And this is what the court said, I quote, in the case of data-specific electoral requirements, such as those specified in Article 138(4) of the Constitution, for an outright win in the presidential election, the party bearing the legal burden of proof must discharge it beyond any reasonable doubt. The question that follows was whether the petitioners challenging the attainment of 50% plus 1 constitutional threshold and the computation by the 6th petitioner in general met the standard of proof settled by this court in Raila 2013 case. The premise of the 6th petitioner's percentage computation was a press briefing made by the chairperson of IBC on 10 August 2022, when the evidential burden shifted to IBC and its chairperson, as it does in election cases. They produced video evidence correcting the percentage voter turnout to read 64.6 at the time of the briefing. This percentage, however, did not include reports from all the Kim's kits and 86,889 voters who were identified manually using the printed register of voters. In our view, the assertion by the 6th petitioner that the percentage voter turnout was firstly predicated on the uncorrected percentage given by the chairperson of IBC was negated by evidence adduced to prove the correction. Secondly, the 6th petitioner based his percentage of voter turnout on the total number of registered voters, while the chairperson of IBC made reference in the press briefing to the number of registered voters who were identified through the Kim's kit progressively. The 6th petitioner also asserted that rounding off of votes cast in a presidential election as a means of assessing the threshold under Article 138(4) of the Constitution kills and bars voters, which is illegal and unconstitutional. We have deliberated on this proposition and found that it is not mathematically sound and that the rounding off done by IBC and its chairperson was correct. Consequently, we find that the petitioners did not provide a watertight case to warrant the setting aside of the results of the presidential election on the basis of not having met the threshold provided under Article 138(4)(a) of the Constitution. On the voter turnout, therefore, we find that the formula predicated on the number of voters identified through Kim's kit progressively and used by IBC and the chairperson to generate a percentage of 64.76% was correct. Having settled the issue of voter turnout, we must ask ourselves whether in the making of the declaration, the chairperson of IBC applied the formula in Article 138(4) of the Constitution, which is total votes cast less rejected votes divide by 2 must always give 50% plus 1 vote. Given the numbers that were presented to us by IBC and the chairperson, this will translate to 14,213,137 divided by 2 plus 1, which makes 7.106569. The question that must inevitably follow is whether this formula, when applied, will confirm that 7,106,569 votes is less than 7.176,141, which represents the number of votes received by the first respondent. We find that it is, as such, on the basis of the foregoing formula and from the numbers provided by IBC and the chairperson and the declaration by the chairperson of the president-elect on 15th August 2022, it is our finding that the declared president-elect attained 50% plus 1 of all the votes cast in accordance with Article 138(4) of the Constitution. Issue number 8, on whether there were irregularities and illegalities of such magnitude as to affect the final result of the presidential election. Although the petitioners have provided numerous averments pointing to possible irregularities and illegalities marked by failure of technology, arranged voter suppression, printing and utilization of Book 2 of 2, EU preparation by the IBC and its chairperson, commission indiscretions, transposition anomalies, agent absence, and many others, we are of the view that the pointed illegalities and irregularities were not of such magnitude as to affect the final result of the presidential election. We will delve deeper into the details of this issue in our recent judgments. Last issue, what reliefs and orders can the court grant? Under Article 163(3) of the Constitution, it is provided that the Supreme Court will have A, exclusive original jurisdiction to hear and determine disputes relating to the election of the office of the President arising under Article 140. And Article 140 provides, I quote, a person may file a petition in the Supreme Court to challenge the election of the president-elect within 7 days after the date of the declaration of the results of the presidential election. 2, within 14 days after the filing of a petition, and across 1, the Supreme Court shall hear and determine the petition, and its decision shall be final. If the Supreme Court determines the election of the president-elect to be invalid, a fresh election shall be held within 60 days after the determination. In exercising its jurisdiction pursuant to these provisions, the court sits as an election court with a mandate to determine the validity or otherwise of the election of the president-elect. It is clear to us that the jurisdiction of the court is quite circumscribed in terms of the orders or reliefs it can grant following the hearing and determination of the election petition under Article 140 of the Constitution. In the event the court determines that the election of the president-elect is invalid, it must make an order nullifying the election. Consequently, it has also to make an order directing INBC to hold a fresh election within 60 days after the determination. Should the court determine that the election of the president-elect is valid, it shall issue a declaration to that effect. The court has then, as a matter of course, to make an order dismissing the petition with or without cost, as the case may be. In the strict sense, therefore, these are the only orders that the court may make under the Constitution. The court cannot assume jurisdiction that goes beyond the purview of Articles 163(3) and 140 of the Constitution. However, nothing stops the court from issuing orders or reliefs by way of recommendations. Indeed, since 2013, this court has issued many recommendations arising from the determination of 3 petitions challenging the election of the president-elect. The recommendations are meant to improve our electoral landscape and hence aid in the development of our democracy. In this regard, this court has been greatly aided by the contributions also of the Amici Curie, and the court places a heavy premium on those briefs that were filed and those which were admitted. The final orders made by the courts. This is a unanimous decision of the court, and we make the following orders. 1, the presidential election petition number E005 of 2022 as consolidated with the presidential election petition numbers E001, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8 of 2022 are hereby dismissed. As a consequence, we declare the election of the first respondent as president-elect to be valid under Article 143 of the Constitution. This being a matter cutting across the public interest, we order that each party do bear their own costs. It is so ordered. And finally, the court has asked me to also acknowledge, although we'll do it in the long draft, the enormous contribution made by counsel in these proceedings, and also the orderly way the counsel, all the advocates and parties conducted themselves. They remained seated throughout the proceedings. That is the judgment of the court, a unanimous one. We shall issue a media summary to help the media summarize the case. I think that is all. Thank you very much for coming.
My lady, Madam Chief Justice, and the learned judges of this court, again, I am requested by my colleagues to thank you most profusely for your labors into delivering this judgment, listening to all of us, and giving our nation this judgment so that we may move forward. Thank you, and God bless you.
It may please the court. It is not true that I asked the Attorney General Emeritus to talk on our behalf. Next time you should talk to me. Let me similarly, on behalf of the lawyers for the counsel for the first and second petitioner, thank the court, and it has been a journey, worthwhile journey, sitting through these proceedings, and we thank the court for your patience and for the delivery of this judgment within the time stipulated. We thank you.
Madam President, members of the court, I wish to request just a couple of minutes for the chairperson of the Law Society of Kenya to make a few remarks in appreciation of the work that the court and Kenyans have done on this exercise, if you allow. Thank you. I call upon Mr. Eric Theuri to come and make his remarks. It is also his birthday. I would have sung happy birthday for him.
My Lord, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, the President of the Supreme Court, the Deputy Chief Justice and all the Justices of the Supreme Court, I think it would only be fair that I make my remarks after Counsel for the Respondents, Senior Fred Ngatia, makes his remarks to the court.
Madam Chief Justice, thank you very much. It's so kind for the President to acknowledge that age goes before youth. Mine is to thank the court, to thank my learned friends for the effort we all expended. We thank this court for clarifying certain issues, and we look forward to a less corrosive 2027. Thank you very much.
Madam Chief Justice, Madam Deputy Chief Justice, it's so nice to have two madams at the same time, and members of the court. Since there are only men talking, I decided that I should become a woman and talk. It's become too much of a male affair in here. But on behalf of I think we were the third petitioner, I wish to thank you, and you've clarified the Regulation 87.4, which I was feeling very passionately about, that it was unconstitutional from what I've heard. But thank you very much for the time you spent, and we do apologize if at times we looked like hooligans. I mean, you have said we behaved well, but we didn't behave as well as we should have. But thank you very much for your time and for delivering this judgment.
Madam Chief Justice, Madam Deputy Chief Justice, members of the court, I, on behalf of Attorney General, take this opportunity to thank you most sincerely for a great job done and for the courage to clearly define the limits of the law, which will help us empower IBC on the way forward, and hope that this might be the last of the petitions after elections once we carry out a proper elections based on your guidelines. Thank you.
The Chief Justice and the Justices of the Supreme Court, on a light note, my members would be extremely worried if we take the submissions of Senior Counsel Orengo that this should be the end on account of fees. But my lady, the Chief Justice, on behalf of the Law Society and all the members of the society, we wish to, first of all, take this opportunity to thank the court in the manner in which it has conducted these proceedings, extremely efficient, especially in light of the really short and strict timelines that you've had. But the management of the proceedings, the manner in which the court adopted a somewhat inquisitorial nature to the conduct of these proceedings is something that as a society we have noted, and we wish to commend the court. And we do hope that the other courts, as they determine any petitions, election petitions that would go before them, will similarly adopt such inquisitorial attitude so that we try and really enrich the process that these proceedings intend to achieve. Secondly, I wish to also thank the council, all the advocates who have appeared before you. They have demonstrated extremely high standards of decorum and courtesy, and have also demonstrated a flair for persuasion of the court, including the use of PowerPoint, and of course the now famous Pinky Pinky Ponky mimic. But all that really, I'm sure, has demonstrated, especially to the younger members of the society, how to conduct themselves before the court and how to really prepare a persuasive brief. And we thank all the advocates who appeared before this court for the good work that they have done. And of course, as a society, we feel extremely proud that they have been able to raise the profile of the advocates in this country a notch higher from their presentation. So my lady and my lord, it's not lost to us that at the end of these proceedings, and once we are able to get your judgment after 21 days, that it is democracy and the Kenyan people who are the winners. The decision today, in a way, validates the choices that were made by the Kenyan people on the 8th of August, and they also help to build confidence in the institutions that manage the elections and the court. We recognize that no country is born as a democracy, and that it is a process, and the process of challenging an election, as has happened before this court, is part of the processes of building confidence within the electoral system. And we thank all the petitioners for choosing to challenge the results before this court. But at the end of the day, Kenya stands tall as a beacon of democracy, and we're very grateful that we've had this opportunity also as a law society to appear before the court and to give an amicus brief which the court has had time to consider. So we thank you and we wish you a good day. I know it has been a long 14 days, but you can rest, and we'll be looking forward to the decision that you deliver within 21 days. Thank you so much, my lady and justices of the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been asked by the president of our court to react to your submissions, and in so doing, I am obliged to say that we are truly humbled by the statements that you have just made. More humbled because those statements come from both sides of the divide. And thank you for appreciating what we have to do within a very short while. Thank you for appreciating that it wasn't our wish that we were doing what we were doing. We were doing the wish of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the laws of the Republic, the facts of the cases that you placed before us, and the evidence in rebuttal. We know that, and we have repeatedly said this, the President and I, whenever we have had time to talk to you in other fora, that we are incomplete without this side of the bar. We are incomplete without the advocates. We thank you. We will get opportunity to do that in the main judgment, in the reasoned judgment. But we really appreciate your industry. We were impressed by the submissions you took. And we were impressed, and we said this the last 3 days, I'll tell you something about that in a minute, by how deeply you believed in your clients' cases. That we think is a mark of an extremely grown legal profession, and we ask that you do not bring the bar down. You keep taking it up. In any contest of whatever nature, and even if we say there are no winners and losers, and even if we say that the winners are the Constitution and the people of Kenya, the truth is that some 6 million Kenyans will not be happy today. But that's the nature of the work we do. What we hope, and we hope you can advise your clients and our brothers and sisters that are the Kenyan people, that that is what was expected. One side had to win. One side had to be in total or a great extent of compliance with the Constitution and electoral law than the other side. That's how we saw it. We thank you very much. We, the 7 of us, have not slept since we parted company on Friday. I think it is showing on our faces. And we thank you that you appreciate that we work under difficult circumstances, especially because of time. As ground rules, we agreed when we left you here on Friday that we would not pick any of your calls. A lot of you called us, but we just couldn't pick your calls. And I hope you understand that we couldn't. We saw that you were trying to call us, but we just could not pick the calls. I hope you understand. And now if you allow us, again, on behalf of these 7 men and women, thank you very much for appreciating what we have to do. Thank you for giving us the honor to serve this country in these capacities. And let's hope that we can continue to grow our democracy this way. And thank you very much for everything you also do for the country. And now you allow us to go home and sleep.
Thank you. The court is adjourned.